Chapter 4, Section 1, of A Defense of Idealism by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 4, Some Ultimate Questions of Metaphysics. Section 1. It will be remembered that we adopted Mr. McDougall's classification of metaphysical systems provisionally, and with considerable reservations, in order that he might do his own deadly work among them unhindered. We have seen him do it. We have seen how far he has justified the hypothesis of a self or soul as the unique ground of the unity of consciousness. And we must admit that he has certainly delivered it from the worst assaults of the physiological psychologists. He has done this apparently by demonstrating the principle of psychophysical reaction. But this is by no means the end of the matter. I think we may ask him at least 4 questions. Number 1. How, without recourse to some metaphysical principle, does he propose to maintain the unity of consciousness throughout the interactions? Number 2. How would he explain the soul's action in the construction of time and space? Number 3. What holds body and soul together? Number 4. What holds the multiplicity of souls together? Surely number 1, unless body and soul are one, or aspects of an underlying reality which is one, each interruption of either into the other's territory must be a break, however slight, of their respective unities. And this, whether the law does or does not hold good eternally, that the cause must pass over into its effect. Interaction is interaction. Now, whatever the unity of matter may be, unity of consciousness is the unique arm of the Animist. Take it from him and he is powerless. Mr. McDougall is aware of his danger, and he tries to reduce the soul's action to something less than cause and more than correspondence. But the danger is only masked and not removed. Once admit interaction with its resulting changes, and not only is the powerful charm of parallelism broken, but the Animist himself is committed to the whole causal relation. That relation is not like an unhappy love affair with the reciprocity all on one side. It is not the simple affair of body as cause telescoping into soul, and soul as cause telescoping back into body, but each contributes to the effect. This double relation of cause and effect alters the ensemble so profoundly that to talk any more of dualism is absurd. Even granted, number 2, that each interaction is simultaneous and not successive, the whole series of interactions constitutes a process, a series in time. If you presuppose a real time, you are promptly landed in all the dilemmas which M. Bergson, for one, has shown to be inherent in that idea. If the soul supplies, as it were, its own time, then you have a psychic action covering the whole psycho-physical performance in one very extensive and necessary relation. And the same holds good of space. What holds the high interacting parties, body and soul, together? 3. This question follows from question 1. As long as they were parallel, they could be considered as holding themselves together, but as we have seen, their unities are broken. Surely a system of interactions cries for a unity just as loudly as a system of states of consciousness. As for the 4th and last question, what holds a multiplicity of souls together, since the souls interact on each other, their system of interactions calls for unity. I do not think that these questions can be set aside as frivolous. They are perfectly legitimate problems arising out of the case, and Animism provides no solution of them. When it comes to unities, as on the Animist's own showing it must and does come, if the unity of consciousness only holds good within and of consciousness, then physical unity, if there be any, will hold good within and of bodies or matter generally. So that in the last resort, and there must always be a last resort, each unity will form a closed system, and the Animist must be numbered among the parallelists. I do not see how, without recourse to a metaphysical principle and a metaphysical unity, He is to escape from the position. It is clear that in that classification of systems which I have borrowed from Mr. McDougall we are dealing with two things: Psychophysics, which has no philosophic axe to grind, and Metaphysics. Neither Animism nor Psychophysical Parallelism professes to give us a metaphysic or a metapsychic, but only certain psychophysical postulates. It should also be clear that, however much we may wish to separate them, we cannot, as a matter of fact, keep them apart if we are to go on with — I won't say finish — our thinking. And I think it should be transparently clear that neither empirical nor a priori metaphysics can take up any impregnable position outside psychophysiology, and will not advance very far, or at any rate very safely, as long as it ignores the psychophysical facts, however radiantly honest its attitude may be. But it may not have been equally clear that psychophysiology cannot keep itself unspotted by some metaphysic or other. That is to say, if it is to go on with its thinking. It can, and we have seen that it does, voluntarily arrest its thinking on its own borders and refuse to take the metaphysical plunge. But, with the first step over, and not even with the first step, but with the first look, with the affirmation that there is, and with the affirmation that there is not, a region beyond its border, it is in. Only the non-committal attitude that acknowledges that there may be a region will save it from the plunge. But if the psychophysiologist goes on thinking, he is committed to a metaphysic. For there is a lurking metaphysic in his most empirical conclusions, and even in his non-committal attitude. Let us look back at the systems we considered. They may be reduced to three types, as far as body and soul are concerned. Number one, monism, the systems of the One. Number two, parallelist dualism, the systems of the Two, with or without assumption of an underlying One. Number three, animism, or the theory of the mixed. To these, as we leave the ground of psychophysics, we shall have to add pluralism in its three forms of pragmatism, humanism, and the new realism, which are all systems of the Many. Of these the new realism is so new, so revolutionary, so dangerous to every form of monism we have considered hitherto, that it calls for special treatment later on, and in a place apart. I have not insulted the Animist by putting him among the Parallel liners, where, I think, if he finished his thinking he would have to go, because he may quite honestly and legitimately decline to finish it. But I have not followed Mr. McDougall this time in putting Objective Idealism, which is somewhat inadequately rendered by Psychical Monism, among the Parallelisms. For I do not think this arrangement is fair to a philosophy which cuts the knot by maintaining with a stoutness verging on apoplexy that the world arises in consciousness, that it exists in and through and for consciousness, and that consciousness is the thing in itself, which thus begins its thinking with consciousness as the totality of experience and finishes it there. If we consider each one of these systems in turn, we shall find that there is not one of them, no, not even the most non-committal, that has not its own dilemma. The dilemma of the out-and-out materialist is that he must either admit that consciousness does not come altogether into his net, or he must break his own sacred law of the conservation of energy. In any case, if he says that psychic processes are an illusory by-product of physical processes, he fails to show why they should be conscious processes. The dilemma of the out-and-out subjective idealist or self-aloner is that he must either deny the existence of other consciousnesses and of things he is not conscious of and never could be, or he must give up his fundamental hypothesis of his own solitary existence. If he turns the materialist's position upside down and says that his ego produces the physical series as the illusory by-product of its own psychic series, he fails to show why it should be at the pains of projecting any physical aspect of its psychic states, why there should be an illusory appearance of a parallel at all. If he says that there is no parallelism and only one series, his own psychic states, he fails to account for the existence of any consciousness other than the one he started with, his own. Still less can he account for the order of physical things in antipsychic time. For if there is no universe outside his private consciousness, the universe that physical science shows us as existing previous to the appearance of his own consciousness is a retrospective illusion. And the manifestations of his neighbour's consciousness are a past, present, and future illusion. And his neighbour's consciousness itself, with the universe it carries about in it, is the illusory hypothesis of his thought. Worse still, as he is not conscious of his own neural processes, they also cannot be allowed to exist. They exist for another consciousness; that of the scientific observer is not existence in any consciousness. It must therefore share the illusory quality of all that attaches to his neighbour and his neighbour's consciousness. Worst of all, his own ego, the self which should be at the bottom of the whole show, to produce and maintain the system of illusions, can have no existence either, since it does not and cannot appear in its own consciousness. The formula for this theory must be: consciousness is just consciousness, of nothing, for nobody, and it is nobody's consciousness. So that the out-and-out self-aloner must either show reason why he should exist in this solitary and unsupported manner, which he cannot do as he has no grounds to establish his self on except himself, or he must acknowledge the existence of a world, if it be a world of selves outside himself, in which case he is no longer a self-aloner. Mr. McDougall has very clearly shown the sad plight of the parallelist. His attitude has no intervals of repose. The more strictly parallelist he is, the more he denies interaction, the more he has to keep jumping backwards and forwards from one of his lines to the other; in which case he has to admit that there is a jumping off place and a landing place somewhere, that is to say, a common terra firma for thinking and acting on both lines. His dilemma is like the materialist's: he cannot keep his rules and his principle too. The dilemma of the animist, as I have tried to show, is that without some higher unity to solder them, his unity of consciousness and the unity of all physical things finally form closed systems of penultimates running parallel; so that in the long run, his long run, he is landed in a dilemma as serious as any he has exposed. Either he must make the totals of psychic and of physical interactions equal and opposite, an assumption which he has no grounds for, in which case by the law of causation they will cease to be interactions, and will form one action and one phenomenon; or, while insisting on partial interaction, he must acknowledge a greater unknown second quantity of actions and phenomena running parallel. In either case the unity of consciousness is broken. There are dilemmas and dilemmas. There are dilemmas inherent in the nature of a system. Such are the dilemmas of the materialist and idealist by-product theories. There are dilemmas which are latent in a system, of which the upholders of the systems are more or less aware. Such are the dilemmas of the strict parallelist and the animist. Wundt virtually abandoned his parallelism in his principle of the creative resultants. You feel that Mr. McDougall has either a monistic or a pluralistic solution up his sleeve, if his conscience as a man of science would allow him to produce it. And there are dilemmas which are much more apparent to the critics of a system than to its supporters. Such are the dilemmas of the imperfect parallelist, or devotee of the underlying unknown, and of the psychical monist or objective idealist. I have left the dilemmas of these monists to the last, because there are dilemmas and dilemmas, and because, since it must needs be that dilemmas come, they seem rather less unbearable than any of the others. The dilemma of the upholders of the underlying unknown and unknowable is that, in order to prove that it is there at all, they have to assume it to be knowable, and indeed known, inasmuch as it is the ground of its own aspects and appearances. When you have said of your unknowable that it is underlying, or that it is substance, or the only reality, or the thing in itself, you have already dragged it in the net of knowledge. When you have added that it is infinite or absolute, You have to all intents and purposes caught it and made it the object of your thinking. The one thing you absolutely don't know about is whether it does or does not exist. You cannot predicate of it that reality which was the raison d'etre of your affirming it at all. Either you must give up its reality, by virtue of which you declared it to be unknown and unknowable, in which case your monism has the bottom knocked out of it, and you are left with the dual aspects on your hands; or, declaring it to be the only real, you give up its unknowableness, and by defining it have brought it in under that aspect and manifestation which is thought. End of chapter 4, section 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 4, section 2 of A Defense of Idealism by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 4. Some Ultimate Questions of Metaphysics. Section 2. This feat, which his predecessors performed involuntarily, is the serious and deliberate accomplishment of the objective idealist. There is but one step from the underlying unknown reality to thought as the thing in itself. The objective idealist does not worry about dilemmas. Consciousness can swallow them all. There is nothing that it cannot swallow. They are logical dilemmas, are they not? Very well, then. Already they fall within consciousness. They are expressed in terms of consciousness and lend themselves most obligingly to the expression. He does not worry about the world outside him. It is outside his body, not outside consciousness. His body is part of it, and both it and his body are expressible in terms of consciousness. Why seek, or why assume other modes of expression? If you remind him that, on his own showing, nature is the other of thought, he will say, what if it is? Doesn't that prove that it falls within consciousness, since otherness is a thought relation? What is nature but a network of relations? And what are relations but the work of thought? The terms of the relation. You don't suppose I've been so simple as not to allow for them? What are your precious terms when all's said and done, and you've analyzed all the thought out of them? Sensations. And if sensation is not consciousness, I should like to know what is. Changes, you say, not of consciousness nor for consciousness? Changes, let me tell you, that wind up in sensation, bang in consciousness. Changes, every one of them, in the outside world. World outside what? Consciousness? Not a bit of it. Outside and inside are terms, if it's terms you're talking about, of consciousness, or rather they are thought relations. Can you see outside? Can you hear outside, or touch it? Outside and inside exists only in and for thought. World in time and space? I believe you. And where, if you please, are time and space, if not in consciousness? And what are they, if not terms, there you are again, of consciousness? Changes of matter? All we know of matter is expressible in terms of consciousness, and what we don't know of matter is not material to my argument. Your argument? Your argument doesn't matter so much either. But since you insist, you're not claiming, are you, that matter is the thing in itself? Consciousness is the thing in itself. You think matter as we do not know it may be? What sort of matter is that? I thought you were an empiricist. If you are, you've no business to jump like that from the known to the unknown. And if you're not, you'd very much better come in with me. Direct his attention to the triumphant existence of the parallel liner's physical line, or what is left of it after the animist has done with it. The neural and brain processes which never are in consciousness, and he will smile patiently at your fatuity while he tells you that, if they do not exist as sense perceptions for your consciousness, or his, they exist in and for both as knowledges. And, even if they were not in his consciousness or yours, they are in some consciousness as knowledges, and that there is no reason why they should not exist as sense perceptions for a consciousness so constituted as to perceive them sensibly. Talk to him of forces and of energies, and of the conservation of energy, of the imperceptible ultimate constituents of matter, of ether and electrons, and all the impalpable and imponderable postulates of physical science, and he will floor you with the same argument. Draw for him the picture of the eons of past time, of solar systems rolling unperceived through space, of lifeless seas, and of glacial ranges subsisting in their august and solitary unknownness before sense and thought were ever dreamed of, and he will repeat that the picture itself is not only drawn in lines of consciousness, but colored deeply with its dyes. And he will ask you where and when these spectatorless dramas could have been played, if not in space and time, which he maintains, not without a show of reason, to be thought relations which need no duplicate. And he will invite you in your turn to eliminate all possible forms of consciousness from the universe and picture, if you can, how much would be left of it. Mr. McDougall cannot hope to disconcert him with that little joke about eating without an eater and without anything to eat, any more than you could shatter Kant with the old pragmatist wheeze of the thousand thalers, both instances being drawn from a region below the level of the inquiry. He takes his stand on the firm ground that consciousness at any rate is given. And if you are indiscreet enough to talk about eating, his obvious answer is that he alone among philosophers is not trying to eat his cake and have it too. He alone is unthreatened by either horn of a dilemma. And when angry with him this time, you turn and ask him how he dare mention Kant, who was worth 15 of him, he will refer you to Kant's Prolegomena to any future metaphysic, and swear that Kant was on his side all the time with his unity of apperception, only that he hadn't the courage to say so. He will add that Kant deliberately dished the transcendental realist or absolute idealist show in order to exalt practical reason at pure reason's expense, and prove himself the most moral man in Königsberg. He will suggest, not without plausibility, that if people would only read Kant's Prolegomena and his Critique of Judgment more, and the two Critiques of Reason a little less, they would see that there wasn't such a great difference between him and the idealists after all. At this point you will perhaps remind him that Hegel's Naturphilosophie was not exactly a work its author could be proud of, and that Naturphilosophie was ever the weak spot in the idealist's armor. But he will stand his ground, protesting that if Hegel had not been so bent on keeping his chair at Berlin by bolstering up the doctrines of the Trinity, he would have been more in earnest with the otherness of nature. He would, that is to say, have seen that if nature is to be the other of thought, the more otherly she behaves, the better, and that is why nature kicks against the triple dialectic. If you ask him what he will do, supposing, just supposing, it should be proved tomorrow that nature did get in first, and that consciousness really was an illusory by-product, he might be staggered for a moment, but he would recover on the assurance that, even in this case, consciousness would come out on top, seeing that once the affair was known, the scientific explanation of it must necessarily be given in terms of consciousness. In fact, I don't think the prospect would really stagger him even for a moment. You cannot starve into surrender a system with such a prodigious swallow, nor down an opponent with such an inexhaustible capacity for retort. Almost you could believe that Objective Idealism is the winning horse, and that you could do worse than back it. Almost, but not quite. The Objective Idealist's horse is a remarkably fine animal, and of an incomparable speed. He can cover the greatest possible space in the smallest possible time, and you cannot wind him. That the Objective Idealist's wind is his only merit is the opinion of most people who have tried to hold out under his interminable recitative; whereas his great and undeniable merit is his almost infantile simplicity. But he is vulnerable at two places. 1. Ask him what he makes of unconscious thinking, of sleep, and of forgetting, which are small holes, but still palpable holes in the general web of consciousness, holes which can never be filled up by the device of calling them knowledges. He ought to be able to say that no consciousness is lost forever, but that things lost for us and forgotten are stored and remembered in the Absolute. But unless he is an absolute idealist, he cannot say it. Ask him what he makes of the great energies of instinct and of love, of will and purpose and action, of conscience and ethical values and aesthetic values, and he will tell you that he makes nothing of them, except that they are states of consciousness like any other, and, if he is consistent, that one state of consciousness is as good because it is as real as any other. He is either so absorbed in his vast vision of the world arising in consciousness, so satisfied with his fairly easy reduction of everything in the universe to states of consciousness, or so intent on his series of unanswerable repartees, that he has never paused to consider what consciousness itself may be doing all the time, and how its states are behaving among themselves. And his secret dilemma, which he will not acknowledge, is this: he has cut the thing in itself very cleverly out of the problem and packed all reality into states of consciousness, not my states or your states, but all the states of all the consciousness there is, so that the sum of reality will be simply the sum of the states. No state of consciousness on his own showing can be more real than any other state. But totality, the sum of all states, must be more real than any one state or any number of states, so that his reality is purely quantitative, and every lapse of consciousness, no matter whose or what, and these lapses are constantly occurring, will be a dead loss of reality to the universe. And unless he can show that this loss is made good somewhere and made good all the time, reality must suffer very seriously. In order to make good the loss, he must give up his assumption that all states of consciousness are equally real, so that he may protect himself by the further assumption that what the universe has lost in quantity it has gained in quality, which is impossible to prove. In this case he must either abandon his theory of consciousness as sufficient reality in itself, or he must take refuge in an absolute consciousness. Say that, like a wise man, he takes sanctuary. Even then he is no better off, for he cannot contend that his Absolute is real qua Absolute. Consciousness being the only reality, his Absolute can be only real qua consciousness, so that, strictly speaking, he had no right to summon it qua Absolute to his aid. But he has done it, and is now faced with the further dilemmas. If consciousness is only real qua Absolute, all those states of consciousness which, on his own showing, consisted chiefly or entirely of thought relations are unreal. He cannot save himself by picking out the terms of the relation from the relation and declaring them real, for it was just their capacity for entering into relations that entitled them to reality within his closed system. Nor can he purchase reality for them by merging them with his Absolute, except at the price of the oneness to which he was pledged. For then he has indeed found the true home of the irreducible term shorn of its thought relations, which must be held henceforth to exist within the Absolute, with all the absolute reality of the Absolute. Yet at one blow he has deprived of reality his entire system of thought relations. It is all up with the diamond net in which he had so skillfully ensnared the universe. He must now confess that appearance, not to say unreality, in the form of relativity, enters largely into consciousness, since Absolute Consciousness is the only real. This appearance must either exist within Absolute Consciousness, infecting it with relativity, besides setting up a schism inside it as against the real terms, or it exists in states of consciousness outside it, in which case Absolute Consciousness will be set up over against relative consciousness in a relation of absolute to relative, when it is all up with the Absolute. Even the self-aloner is not in a more horrible position. He can swallow the entire universe and the Absolute with it in one sacramental mouthful, since at least he has given himself a self to swallow with. Now, when we behold the collapse of one metaphysical system after another, and of one psychophysical theory after another, and find the cause of the collapse in some inherent dilemmas, three courses are open to us. We may abandon all systems and all theories henceforth and forever. This is the counsel of prudence and of caution. It is also the counsel of intellectual despair. Or we may try to build up another system and another theory out of all the old ruins on a new site. This is what has been done with metaphysical systems from time immemorial, and done with perfect ease. It merely involves shifting the material and rearranging the already generalized terms of the problem. But we cannot play in the same light hearted fashion with psychophysical material, which has its own attachments and its own territory, and refuses obstinately to be shifted on to new ground. In any case, the chances are that our precious erection would have most of the bad points of its predecessors with a special and incurable shakiness of its own. Or we may go back to the old systems and the old theories to see whether they had anything in common, and if so, what, and try to find out the root of the dilemmas which were the cause of their collapse. We have got to face the fact that the psychophysical problem has complicated our problem very seriously. Supposing we find that all, without exception, have a common interest and a common end, and that their several dilemmas have a common root, we shall have gained not perhaps enough to build with, but enough not to despair of building henceforth and forever. Now, it cannot be maintained that all metaphysical systems and theories seek unity in the teeth, the really very sharp and ferocious teeth, of the New Realism which has gone out of its way to avoid it. The New Realism is out and out Pluralism. But certainly all the systems and all the theories we have considered yet have this thing in common: the quest for unity, some kind of unity, no matter what. The desired one may be matter, or it may be mind. It may be the ego. It may be just consciousness. Or it may be an unknown and unknowable tertium quid, substance, thing in itself, the absolute, the unconscious, the life force. It is implicit in the very dilemmas of the systems that have repudiated it. First, then, we have to see whether the dilemmas we have considered have a common root. We have seen Vitalism fall from one dilemma into another because of the ultimate reality it ascribed to matter, and the metaphysical importance it gave to action. It seeks unity, it seeks reality, but it cannot find it. And the root of its dilemma is that it looked for ultimate reality in a penultimate place. The dilemma of the thorough-paced materialist was that he could only save his materialism at the cost of the empirical law he based it on. Clearly he would not have fallen into that dilemma if he had not given to matter an ultimate reality, and conceived it as doing what, as a purely mechanical phenomenon, it was powerless to do. Besides giving to a purely physical law a metaphysical validity, he should have been the last to claim for it. In other words, he looked for ultimate reality in the wrong place. The dilemma of the thorough-paced subjective idealist was that, in denying the existence of any reality outside himself, he cut away the ground from any possible proof of his own existence. Again, the root of his dilemma was the quest of ultimate reality in the wrong place. The dilemma of the less consistent types of parallel liners was that, placing reality in a mysterious third something, expressly stated to be either unconscious or not definable in terms of consciousness, they straightway fell into either defining it plumply and plainly in terms of consciousness, or bringing it into such relation with consciousness as to compromise very seriously its neutrality. The root of their dilemma was that, while they distinguished clearly between appearance and reality, and recognized that body and soul, matter and mind, brain processes and consciousness are equally phenomenal, they yet placed reality in some third principle from which they had previously abstracted every sign and mark of the real. They also were looking for reality in the wrong place. The dilemma of the thorough-paced parallel liner was that the harder he drove his system on two lines, the more it tended to leave them. And the root of the dilemma is again the same. In renouncing the quest of the ultimate reality, he is obliged to ascribe to mere psychophysical processes the metapsychic and metaphysical functions they have not. If you cannot say that he, too, has looked for ultimate reality in the wrong place, since he was not looking for it at all, he has looked on at the usurpation of its place and power. Nor can it be said that Objective Idealism, or even that Absolute Idealism, escapes, in spite of its tremendous swallow. If the vitalist makes too much of action, the Objective Idealist makes too little. His dilemma was that, having defined reality in such terms of consciousness as to eliminate all elements of consciousness other than thought relations, he infected his Absolute with relativity, and was forced to deny to thought the ultimate reality he had claimed for it in the beginning. The root of his dilemma is transparent. He, too, looked for ultimate reality in the wrong place, in consciousness held together by thought relations and by nothing else. Animism is safe from dilemma only so long as it has not declared openly against metaphysical monism. It would be unfair to press any argument hostile to Pluralism against Animism as represented by Mr. McDougall; still more unfair to fasten on him an opinion he would disallow. His is clearly a case of suspended judgment. So long as he forbears to take the final plunge into any metaphysical gulf, I have no right to picture him as hovering on the brink. Leaving Animism, then, to its suspended judgment, we may say that, with this doubtful exception, all those systems and theories, psychophysical or metaphysical, had some one ultimate reality for their common end; and all, in mistaking one or other set of appearances for ultimate reality, or one part of reality for the whole, have betrayed the common root of their dilemmas. All looked for reality, looked for unity, and looked for it in the wrong place. It would seem, then, that the universe is not built up from the Life Force in action upon matter alone, nor from matter itself alone, nor from the individual self alone, nor from an unknown and unknowable alone, nor from body and soul alone, nor from consciousness alone, still less from thought alone that lands you in the barren Absolute. But if there were one term that would cover all these terms, Life Force, Matter, Individual Self, Substance, Thing in Itself, the unknown and unknowable, or possible third, Soul, Consciousness, Thought, the Absolute, one term which besides covering all these covers also that which has slipped away from them, Will and Love, that term, could we find it, would stand for the reality we want. We want a term infinitely comprehensive and perfectly elastic, and a term that does some modest sacrifice to the unknown. For the vice of those terms was that none was elastic, none was comprehensive, but that some one excluded inevitably some other. If we could put that term in every place where we have used those others, I do not think that the same dilemmas would arise. To the unity and the reality we are looking for we can give no name but Spirit. This leaves a wide margin for the unknown. End of chapter 4. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 5, Section 1 of A Defense of Idealism by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 5, Pragmatism and Humanism, Section 1. The doctrine of the One has been worked so hard and so incessantly, and with such passionate variance among its adherents, as to the nature of their One, that the reaction against it was bound to set in; and the tendency of modern metaphysical thought is in favor of the Two or the Many. It was said that there are dilemmas latent in a system, of which the upholders of the system are more or less aware. But a system may have a dilemma lurking in it, of which its upholder is not at all aware. Pragmatism and Humanism are such systems. At first sight they seem, like psychophysical parallelism, to be exceptions; but they also are exceptions that pay an unconscious homage to the rule, an unconscious craving for the unity they spurn. The spurning, of course, was inevitable by way of a change. Mr. F. C. S. Schiller, ostensibly a pluralist, subsides into a sort of ethical dualism, while Mr. William James is all for a pluralistic universe. Even Mr. McDougall, who may be suspected of cherishing some sort of metaphysical principle up his sleeve (he has at least deprecated the imputation of metaphysical dualism), even Mr. McDougall joins with the pragmatists in robust derision of the monist, the slave of his appetite for unity. They deny that the craving for unity is a universal craving or even a legitimate hunger. They do not feel it, No good pragmatist could feel it. The vast majority of mankind are born utterly without it. Therefore it is clear that it is by no means a universal need. They do not go quite so far as to say that it doesn't exist, since certain absurd people do feel it, but they let you see that they regard the sincerity of these people as more dubious than their absurdity. Besides the suggestion of insincerity, the unpopular monist is taunted with his supposed belief that his one is holier and nobler than the many, whereas what he does believe is that, as an ultimate metaphysical principle, it is more necessary. The driving wedge of the pragmatic humanist's attack on monism is practically its argument ad hominem. Humanism, Mr. Schiller says, like common sense, of which it may claim to be the philosophic working out, takes man for granted as he stands in the world of man's experience as it has come to seem to him. For even pragmatism is not the final term of philosophic innovation. There is yet a greater and more sovereign principle now entering the lists, of which it can only claim to have been the forerunner and vice-regent. This is only an inspired way of saying that pragmatism lands you in humanism, as indeed it does. As for the principles the miserable monist deals in, pure being, the idea, the absolute, the universal I, what are they but pitiful abstractions from experience, mutilated shreds of human nature, whose real value for the understanding of life is easily outweighed by the living experience of an honest man? There you are. Could anything be plainer? If man is not the measure of all things, an honest man, besides being the noblest work of God, is the measure of metaphysical truth, and no other sort of man is. If the monist does not like the turn affairs are taking, he has nobody but himself to thank for it. Now the honest man, the plain man, the man in the street, l'homme sensuel moyen, to whom pragmatism makes its plain common sense appeal, does not reckon among his familiar interests any conspicuous appetite for unity. He can grasp a working hypothesis applied to everyday life. He can see the point of the little joke about pot and pantheism, but you may work with 200 or 500 ultimate principles for all he cares. And in the last resort, it is on his utter indifference to the event that the pragmatist is banking when he frames his neat arguments against unity as a metaphysical ultimate and a necessity of metaphysical thought. It may turn out that unity is no such necessity; but surely the honest man's unawareness of it is neither here nor there. 10 to 1 the honest man will be equally unaware of the unity of consciousness until some psychologist or metaphysician explains the point to him. But when he sees it, 10 to 1, if he doesn't tell his informant to go where bad metaphysicians do go, he will let him know that he could have told him that in fewer words and with less trouble. For in matters that he does understand, the honest man is very far from lacking in a sense of unity. Where the pragmatist will seem to the plain man to score is in taking the existence of the many for granted as it stands. The many undoubtedly are there, and their existence does not, on the first blush of it, suggest the existence of the one. And the assumed existence of the one does not in itself help you to understand the existence of the many. This statement sounds like common sense to the plain man; and as long as you are dealing with an abstract one and an abstract many, for the pluralist many is every bit as abstract as the monist one, it is a true enough statement. But the humanist and pragmatist do not deal in abstractions. They deal with the many of honest human experience, the many as they stand. And the monist might retort: does the many, then, as it stands, explain its own existence? Do not all attempts to wring its secret from it end in generalizations which are unities and unions, not suggested by the many as they stand, yet irresistible? Did not the high priest of pragmatism declare that the most important sort of union that obtains among others, pragmatically speaking, is their generic unity? And that, with no two things alike in the world, we should be unable to reason from our past experiences to our future ones, and that absolute generic unity would obtain if there were one summum genus under which all things without exception could be eventually subsumed? William James, Pragmatism. And does not Mr. Schiller declare that matter is a baseless abstraction, that the development of matter and spirit proceeds along converging lines, and that by the time the supersensible is reached, a single reality will be seen to embrace the manifestations of both? So that unity would seem to have even a pragmatic sanction. Under all the pragmatist's cheerful appeals to the honest man there lies, half suppressed, a still more serious argument. It turns on the combined unthinkability and non existence of the one without the many. But as the many is equally unthinkable and equally non existent without the one, this argument cuts both ways. Either side gains its advantage from the insidious substitution of the relative, predicative, quantitative, numerical One for the absolute One of the monist. You might argue in this way that one pragmatist is unthinkable without many pragmatists, and one God, if there is a God, without many gods. The trouble is that while we are sure of the pragmatist, we are not sure of the God. And this is precisely where the pragmatic pluralist's argument lands him. And it is where he wishes to land and always meant to land. For by insisting on the patent relativity of the one and the many, he is still sure of an easy victory when he works it the other way round. Many pragmatists are unthinkable without one pragmatist, and many gods without one God. A proposition where the one pragmatist and the one God figure as the first units in a numerical series, which lands you again in palpable plurality. So that, by the surreptitious substitution of unit for unity and of quantity for not quantity, the pluralist gets plurality both ways at either end of his proposition. But all that has happened is that, by his surreptitious substitution, he has insidiously transferred the tainted relativity of his predicates, one and many, to his substantive God, or, let us say, the one reality. And when he goes on to argue that unity is unthinkable and non existent without multiplicity, the two-edged nature of the argument reveals itself at once. Multiplicity is unthinkable and non existent without unity. Neither side has the advantage, but this time the pluralist doesn't get his multiplicity both ways. For unity, in the monist's sense of one all-embracing reality, is certainly not the first number in a numerical series. It is now pretty evident that both sides are dealing not with the necessities of thought, but with the barest abstractions. But when the monist contends that his one is not the divisible, multipliable, numerical one of mere quantity, but the absolute one of self-contained and self-conditioned being, the pragmatist turns on him and exposes the relative nature of his Absolute. If all things are one in the Absolute, then the Absolute, being all things, is not one but many. If the relative is not the Absolute, then the Absolute is not all things. Again, if the Absolute is not all things, it is not the Absolute, because it will then stand in relation both to the things it is not and to the things it is, and thus cease to be absolute. It holds its thin prestige of Godhead or of cosmic unity at the cost of all godlike or cosmic attributes. For the moment it begins either to be anything or to do anything, it needs must enter into relations. At every turn the Absolute of the monist must face that awful and incredible self-direction which makes of it a sort of Judas Iscariot in the potter's field of philosophy, a Judas without any bowels. The sad process of the Absolute is the suicide of the eternal through time. The Absolute, in short, is the most flagrant instance of an empty, impotent, adjectival abstraction, and a negative abstraction at that, posing as a cosmos or God. And Being is in no better case. What is Being, anyhow, but an abstraction of the copula is, by which predicates are hooked on to their substantives? It is hard indeed to see wherein either is holier or nobler or more convincing than any dual or any plural principle. The pragmatic pluralist can at least show that his plurality is concrete, that it is something, and that it is given. It must be owned that this form of the pragmatic pluralist's attack sounds very formidable. All the same, I think the monist's monotonous answer meets it. The driving point of the pluralist's wedge is the assumption that the relativity which is at the bottom of all the dilemmas, and which holds good of the world of appearances, holds equally good of the world of reality, and that while you may and indeed must have dilemmas in the sub-metaphysical world, they should be strictly excluded from your metaphysics. And the Absolute's answer is: quite so. The sub-metaphysical world is the very birthplace and the home of dilemmas, which is precisely the reason why I am driven to assume a better and a safer one. And to the pragmatic's sinister assurances that his metaphysical world is not safer, that it is not really half so safe, his reply is that the pragmatist wilfully ignores his point, and for purely pragmatic reasons. His point, which he reiterates with sickening persistency, is that what appears as a dilemma in the sub-metaphysical world is not a dilemma in the metaphysical one. Doubt of appearances here is the very foundation of certainty there, and denial of unreality is its crown. But the good pragmatist will have none of this. It doesn't matter what you happen to be denying. Denial is bad pragmatism. Du bist der Geist, der stets verneint. He is desperately afraid of any hand being laid on the actualities he loves. Mr. Schiller protests against Mr. Bradley's conclusion that everything which is ordinarily esteemed real, anything which anyone can know or care about, is pervaded with unreality, is mere appearance, in a greater or less degree of degradation. He finds that this antithesis has become to me a considerable nuisance, and also, it must be confessed, a bit of a bore. In the heat of pragmatism he forgets that it was his Mephistopheles who tempted Faust to say to the fleeting moment, "Verweile doch, du bist so schön," and that the soul's perdition lies in confusing the passing loveliness with the eternal and the first fair. But after all, what has Mr. Bradley done? He has never, so far as I know, said a word about degradation, or denied that an appearance may be a very noble and beautiful and even useful thing. He has said nothing to destroy pragmatic values. The pragmatist is annoyed with the antithesis, which seems to him to exalt absolute reality at the expense of appearances. Though he knows perfectly well that, since appearances are there, since they have contrived somehow to get in first, they are not a bit the poorer for the metaphysical excesses of Mr. Bradley's Absolute. Yet the pragmatist pays homage to that principle in his heart when he ascribes absolute reality to the things he knows and cares about. And under all his pragmatism lies the monstrous assumption that the honest man's knowing and caring are the measure of all the knowledge and all the passion in the universe. Of Mr. Bradley's Absolute he says, pragmatically and humanistically, "If it be not fair for me, what care I how fair it be?" Now, in the first copy of Appearance and Reality that came into my hands 15 years ago, I found that the owner had written on the fly-leaf these words of St. Augustine: "Thou hast made us for thyself, and our hearts are restless till they rest in thee." So that somebody seems to have cared about Mr. Bradley's Absolute. I do not know anything about the state of Mr. Bradley's affections, or whether he has more or less heart than a pragmatist. I am quite sure he has more imagination. He would probably find it no end of a nuisance and a bore if all the nice, useful things the pragmatist knows and cares about turned out to be absolutely real. Now, in the first copy of Appearance and Reality, Mr. Schiller assumes that man is not the measure of all things, but only of some things, and that even those things are not as they appear to him, and you will not worry about dilemmas. In a world of appearances a few dilemmas more or less will not very greatly matter. But assume, as the pragmatist does, that things are as they appear, and a dilemma becomes a very serious affair indeed. Assume an ultimate dualism or pluralism, then, since this is the only world that pragmatism allows us to know and care about, the only world it allows us to assume, there is no hope of a solution in the highest synthesis of another. The pluralistic pragmatist abandons the hope of any highest synthesis, and is happy, because his genius, his will to believe, inclines him towards humanism. The absolutist claims that the perfection of his principle is its capacity to swallow all dilemmas. It is what it is there for. Observe that there is an implicit charge of arrogance in all that the pragmatist says about the absolutist. As if the absolutist had not made the great surrender, and as if it were he who had made human thought and human emotion and human conduct and morality, as they stand, binding on the transcendent and everlasting reality, as if he had not stripped himself bare for his adventure into the untrodden country. It is an adventure on which he has staked his all. This recklessness of his is precisely what the pragmatist has against him. It is, you see, a question of values. Either your relations with the unseen are good business, or they are nothing. The pragmatist feels that the absolutist is not getting back his money's worth. He is buying in the dearest market and selling in the cheapest. What is worse, he is sending good money after bad. Instead of driving a profitable bargain with reality as any sensible man would, he is plunging. And pragmatism abhors the plunger. The Absolute, in pragmatic language, does not pay. How can a pitiable abstraction, a mutilated shred, even of human nature, be made to pay? Now there are several ways in which the absolutist may meet this common sense attitude. He may say that it is not a question of values, but of truth or falsehood, of sheer logical compulsion or the reverse, and that logic drives him to the assumption of the Absolute. He may say that, whether the pragmatist likes it or not, the conception of the Absolute is not a mutilated shred of human experience, but a necessity of thought. It is not to be accounted for by any description of the way in which the human psyche arrives at conception in the course of its evolution. It is not obtained by picking human experience to pieces. So far as it is obtained at all, it is obtained by testing all the ultimate principles of empiricism and finding them wanting. And they are found wanting precisely because they are not absolute. This, his opponent says triumphantly, is making human thought the measure with a vengeance. You see, you cannot get away from humanism after all. It is nothing of the kind, the absolutist retorts. You are simply quibbling. My principle is expressly stated as transcending human thought, in so far as thought is human, yours is not. It is presupposed in human experience, but, unless we are agreed to include the beatific vision as part of human experience, it is not found there. He may also say that the Absolute is under no obligation to pay him, and that he is not looking for payment. Or, if he takes the line that he has faith in the Absolute and believes that it will pay him in the long run, I don't see what the pragmatist is to do about it. He is pledged to the principle of the will to believe, and the absolutist's will to believe is as good as his. In any case, it is the pragmatist who begs the question when he says that the Absolute is an abstraction. So it is, from his point of view. When you have pinned your whole faith to the plump reality of a pluralistic universe, strictly conditioned, the Absolute must needs be the emptiest of abstractions. But even an uncompromising absolutist like Mr. Bradley would claim that his principle is the most concrete of all concrete things, since on the theory it has swallowed up the whole pluralistic universe of the pragmatist, and is ready to swallow as many more as fast as the pragmatist produces them. For his is not the frivolous contention that his Absolute has merely the largest swallow. As M. Bergson distinguishes between pure time and spurious popular clock time, he distinguishes between the true Absolute, which is the self-conditioned, and the spurious popular Absolute, the unconditioned tout court, which he grants you is nothing better than a negation, and liable to be bowled over by the first robust condition that comes its way. He distinguishes between the true Infinite, which includes the finite, whose image is the circle, and the spurious Infinite, which is the finite all over again, the infinitely divisible, the process ad infinitum, whose image is the line. There is no end to the dilemmas of the Infinite if you insist on tainting it with the unrealities of space and time. If you taunt the absolutist with his everlasting negations, he can retort that the negation of a negation is not a negation, and that it is up to you to prove the reality of things as they stand, since you care so much about their status. There is one metaphysical situation, and only one, which would give rise to the dilemma which the pragmatist urges against him. He will agree that if the situation were such that his absolute reality were relative to another absolute reality, the two absolutes would then be relative, and in their mutual relativity would kill each other; which is his reason for contending that there are not two absolute realities or many absolute realities, but one absolute reality. But as for his Absolute entering into relations, like an honest man entertaining a business proposition, he denies that it does anything of the kind. It could only enter into relations if it were one term of the relation only, but it is both terms and the relation, for on the theory it is all that is. Its function, as Absolute, is to maintain itself and manifest itself through things in relation, and as One to maintain and manifest itself in multiplicity. If you appeal to the law of contradiction and protest that two contradictory propositions cannot be upheld seriously by any sane mind, he can point triumphantly to the fact that they can be, and are, united, both in conception and in actuality. What God hath joined, let no pragmatist put asunder. In short, the pragmatic pluralist finds multiplicity everywhere he goes, and unity nowhere apart from it; while the absolute monist has to go no farther than his own consciousness to find the unity which is always, so to speak, top dog. And there would not be a pin to choose between them if the absolutist did not mean rather more than he actually commits himself to saying, and if the pragmatist had not a sharper appetite for unity than he cares to own to. For the student of metaphysics there may be something nobly serious in this desperate contention, conducted on one side with scorn and derision, and on the other with imperturbable aplomb. But to the student of literature, born without any metaphysical prejudices, it looks as if each side were criticizing the other with the crudest literalism, a literalism which he would be ashamed to bring to the interpretation of a classic. To him it seems that under the interminable webs of reasoning the absolutist wraps his meaning up in, his meaning is simplicity and clarity itself. He is trying to say that Spirit is absolute, a law unto itself from beginning to end of the world process, if it has a beginning and an end. The whole performance as he sees it is neither one-sidedly psychic nor one-sidedly physical, but is one spiritual act. He may think that he arrives at this conclusion by a subtle dialectic, but he really jumps to it by the spiritual recognition we call analogy. Jumping from what goes on in his own self, he knows of no élan vital to compare with the élan vital of spiritual energy. For raise either psychic energy or physical energy to their highest pitch of intensity, and you get spirit. You get something that either way is immaterial. Whether this is what the absolutist really means, to the student of literature who has his business among the high intensities of art, this is what he ought to mean. And so far as both humanism and vitalism admit this, humanism and vitalism are good enough for him. And the absolutist is too densely literal if he cannot see that the pragmatist's plural principles are every bit as spiritual as his one; with, of course, his private reservation that so far as they are spiritual they are one. The rest is an absurd juggling with terms of arithmetic which on either theory do not apply. In short, the unprejudiced student of literature cannot for the life of him see what the two are worrying about, and why they should not come to some arrangement. Pragmatism, if you fancy it, for the affairs of life, and monism in its proper place. But we renounced this light-hearted attitude in the beginning when we decided for the rigour of the game. We are now committed to the metaphysical adventure, and must see it through. End of chapter 5, section 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 5, section 2. Of a Defense of Idealism by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 5. Pragmatism and Humanism, section 2. There is one more consideration which may bring a strange and unexpected food to the appetite for unity. The pragmatist has another and a stronger line of argument, the moral line. He says the blatant pantheism of the monist lands him in moral catastrophe. If his One, his Absolute, his God is all things, he is evil as well as good. The pragmatist cannot face the awful consequences of what is to him an immoral God. If God's almightiness is incompatible with his goodness, then for God's sake give up the almightiness, and let us at any rate have moral peace. Because man hates evil and shrinks from pain, there must be a dual principle. There must be another, the scapegoat of a God not quite almighty, upon whom all the evil in the world may be fastened. Or there must be others, a host of evil ones, abominable spirits that have existed in their abomination, if not from all eternity, then from inconceivable time. If you ask how and why abominations should spring up spontaneously in the universe, the pragmatic humanist cannot enlighten you. He can only point to the existence of evil in the world as it is, and has been since man knew it or since it knew man. We can only ignore it, Mr. William James says, by taking a moral holiday. We can only meet it, Mr. Schiller says, by this assumption of the incompetent God. The Infinite and the Absolute are up against man's morality and his dislike of suffering, and they must go. God is only infinite in his good intentions, which presumably pave the hell of the evil one. God, though infinitely well-meaning, is powerless to prevent this evil one or those abominable spirits. But better, thrice better, that he should be powerless than that he should be immoral. For he is not so powerless that he cannot struggle. The pragmatist is happy in that he can point to an actual state of struggle in the cosmic order. Given a good principle, struggling with an evil one, there is always a chance that he may overcome him in the end; that evil may be swallowed up in good. Really, this is not an unfair statement of the pragmatic humanist's problem and his heroic position. But, lest I should be suspected of loading the dice in favor of my monist, I will let Mr. Schiller state it in his own words. Mr. Schiller rejects Dualism, although it seemed able to preserve the all-important distinction between good and evil for which Monism left no room. Dualism is virtually disposed of with rejection of the ultimate difference of matter and spirit. The real battle, he says in the Riddles of the Sphinx, has to be fought out between the champions of the one and of the many, between Monism and Pluralism. And, contrary to the opinions of most previous philosophers, we are inclined to hold that the many is a far more important principle than the one; and that Pluralism, consistently interpreted and properly explained, is the only possible answer to the ultimate question of ontology. The finiteness of God, he goes on, depends on the very attributes that make him really God, on his personality, on his being, like all real beings, an individual existence. God is one among the many, their supreme ruler and aim, and not the one underlying the many. The latter theory makes the many inexplicable and the one indifferent. God, therefore, must not be identified with nature. For if by nature we mean the all of things, then nature is the possibility of the interaction of the ultimate existences, and of these God is one. And the existence of these ultimate existences explains also why God can be finite. He is limited by the coexistence of other individuals. And from his relations to these other existences, which we have called spirits, arise all the features of our world which were so insoluble a problem to Monism, its becoming, its process, and its evil. Though matter, he continues, being nothing in itself, cannot be the principle of evil, and is not in itself evil, it is yet characteristic of an essentially imperfect order of things. It is, as it were, the outward indication and visible reflection of evil. For evil is, like all things, ultimately psychical; and what is evil about matter is the condition of the spirits which require the restraint of matter. If evil, that is, inharmonious spirits, were permitted the full realization of their conscious powers, they would be able to thwart and delay, if not to prevent the attainment of the divine purpose of the world process. The lower existences, that is, the less harmonized, have their consciousness limited and repressed by material organization, in order that their power for evil may be practically neutralized, and that in the impotence of their stupidity they may have little influence on the course of events. Observe in passing that though matter is characteristic of an essentially imperfect order of things, though it is the outward indication and visible reflection of evil, it is the weapon in the hands of the ferociously good God, apparently the only weapon that he has. It is the check upon consciousness, a sort of poison gas which the good God sends into the enemy's lines to smother and stupefy and reduce to impotence the evil ones. We start, goes on Schiller, with a number of spiritual beings struggling against and opposing the divine power, which may overpower but cannot destroy them. What is to be done? To leave them in the full possession of their powers and intelligence would be to give them the power to do evil, to reduce the spiritual order to a chaotic play of wild antagonisms. For, after all the fuss the humanist has kicked up about the existence of evil, it is practically neutralized. To return to the evil one. To destroy them, says Schiller, is impossible, but it is possible to do the next best thing, that is, to reduce their consciousness to the verge of non-existence. In such a state of torpor it would be possible to induce them to give an all but unconscious assent to the laws of the cosmos, and gradually to accustom them to the order which the divine wisdom had seen to be the best. That is the humanist's solution: a moral God, one against many, armed with lumps of matter. He cannot destroy his enemies; besides, it would be immoral to destroy them; but he can knock them senseless. So you see he hasn't done so badly after all. For to impress on fools and beasts even a dim sense of the rationality of the scheme of things, says Schiller, is a task more difficult by far than to prevail over the descent of superhuman intelligences. I do not know why it should be more difficult, except that Mr. Schiller says it is, and he ought to know about his own God. Anyhow, these are the triumphs of the good God. The rationality of the cosmos is proved by a knock-you-down argument which prevails with fools and beasts. Well, well, the problem of evil is a very hard one. But this particular solution overlooks two rather glaring facts: the fact that stupidity causes most of the moral evil that we suffer from, so that by deliberately causing stupidity the good God becomes a cause of evil. There is really no sense in which stupidity can be made out to be a good thing. The other fact is the behavior of matter, which is the cause of most of the physical pain we suffer. On Mr. Schiller's theory, matter at any rate seems to be under the control of the good God. Why, then, if he is all that the humanist would like him to be, does he allow matter to get so intolerably out of hand? You would have thought that, even if the evil ones can dispose of war material and have all the best designs for armaments, he might have put down, for instance, earthquakes. An earthquake, after all, is not an ultimate spiritual existence. But no, his efficiency is limited in that direction too. Oddly enough, it is this well-meaning but incompetent God of humanism that has caught the fancy of Mr. H. G. Wells. Mr. Wells has given to the conception a poetry and a dignity which is not its own, but he has not succeeded in disguising either its inherent absurdity or the moral hysteria to which it owes its being. Mr. Britling's son has been killed in the Great War, and Mr. Britling, type of all Britishers and honest men, realizes, contrary to his usual way of thinking, that there is a God. But not a God who lets these things happen. A God amiable and inefficient, who can't for the life of him help them happening. Letty, who has lost her Teddy, insists that he must let them happen, or why do they happen? Mr. Wells, like Mr. Schiller, tells us why. No, said Mr. Britling. It is the theologians who must answer that. They have been extravagant about God. They have had silly absolute ideas that he is all-powerful, that he's omni-everything. But the common sense of men knows better. Every real religious thought denies it. After all, the real God of the Christians is Christ, not God Almighty, a poor mocked and wounded God nailed on a cross of matter. Some day he will triumph, but it is not fair to say that he causes all things now. It is not fair to make out a case against him. You have been misled. It is a theologian's folly. God is not absolute. God is finite. A finite God who struggles in his great and comprehensive way as we struggle in our weak and silly way. Who is with us? That is the essence of all real religion. I agree with you so. Why? If I thought there was an omnipotent God who looked down on battles and deaths and all the waste and horror of this war, able to prevent these things, doing them to amuse himself, I would spit in his empty face." If Mr. Britling had left it at that, we might have been sorry for him. But when the flood of hysteria subsides, he blunders up against the open secret. God, he says, is within nature and necessity. Necessity is a thing beyond God, beyond good and ill, beyond space and time, a mystery everlastingly impenetrable. God is nearer than that. Necessity is the outermost thing, but God is the innermost thing. Closer is he than breathing and nearer than hands and feet. He is the other thing than this world. Greater than nature or necessity, for he is a spirit and they are blind, but not controlling them, not yet. Necessity is the outermost thing, but God is the innermost thing, he says. When Mr. Wells comes to see that necessity is an illusion, and that space and time and our good and ill are not absolute and ultimate realities, and that the innermost thing is the real thing, he will be at the end of his research magnificent. Meanwhile, he has shown his wisdom in not attempting any picture of the actual procedure of the good and inefficient God in his duel with evil. You cannot very well state the humanist position in any terms that will not make manifest the absolutist's advantage. But I think Mr. Schiller's own statement shows it, if anything, better than mine. The monist's reply to this innocent Manichaeism is that it is the pragmatic humanist and not he who is deifying evil, since he has endowed it with ultimate reality. He will suggest that an absolute that is both good and evil, since the pragmatist will have it so, is not evil even for one fleeting moment of his infinite existence, and that, for that matter, he is just as capable, in fact 10 times more capable, of bringing good out of evil than a God, desperately moral, but of imperfect power. Since the Absolute as immanent is the world process, and as transcendent is also everything that may be left over and above it, that, if there is to be a final victory, if the evil principle or evil principles are ultimately to be swallowed up in the good, you have an ultimate unity; that with his struggles and his victories and his ultimates and finals, the humanist is giving a metaphysical reality to time that time cannot be made to bear; and that since there is to be a final swallowing and a final unity, he might just as well have had it first as last. Here, I think, it must be admitted, the absolutist scores. The pragmatist has betrayed his secret appetite for unity. His evil must be swallowed up in good. If the pragmatist is not playing with words, if there is to be a real swallowing and a real assimilation, the two must be potentially one. It does not matter whether his resulting unity be a moral unity or a metaphysical unity. Unity it is, and union and atonement, or at one-ment; and really he might as well have had it first as last. The absolutist does not take a moral holiday. He does not deny, and he does not ignore, the serious and bewildering difficulty of the problem of evil. It is a difficulty from any point of view. But I cannot see that it bears with a more awful weight on the theory of an immanent and transcendent God in whose reality evil, as such, has no meaning that we can recognize, than on these two alternative theories of a dual principle or of plural principles. Humanism either exalts evil in all the prestige of an independent metaphysical reality, or it poisons life at its source by fixing it in matter which should be, of all things, innocent if life is to be kept holy. Or if it does not fix it there, it fixes it in the human will, which is even worse, besides not being altogether true. The one theory that it does crush, you would think, should be the old theory of the absconding deity, God the Creator, who is above all things, blessed for ever, who sits outside creation, with no part or lot in its conflict or its suffering. And yet it does not crush it utterly. Incompetent as he is, the humanist God, the God of the cosmic arena, has a certain trait in common with the God who sits above it. Resistance, we are told, the resistance of matter, the resistance of the hard, recalcitrant evil ones, is necessary to the putting forth of his power, to the heroic spectacle of his prowess. Who designed this accordance of evil with the requirements of the gladiatorial god? Not the evil ones, you may be very sure. Suspicion falls upon the gladiator. He has engineered the existence of evil to gratify his taste for combat and for personal display. But the immanent spirit of the absolutist truly bears his part, he truly labours and suffers, in so far as he is all nature and all mankind. He has literally shirked nothing. Von Hartmann's one merit as a thinker was that he saw that God the Creator is the intolerable God. If he had had a little more metaphysical vision and a little less moral cowardice, he would not have called upon man to save God, to deliver the Absolute, by bringing the world process as quickly as possible to an end. He would have called to him rather to save God by saving himself, by behaving as much like a spiritual being as possible. In no other way can he hasten the end of the world process, the tendency of all spirits towards self-determination, after the likeness of the Absolute Spirit in whom they live and move and have their being. So that pragmatism and humanism, in spite of their closeness to life and their admirable freedom from the bonds of system, have broken out into a dilemma almost as bad as any inherent in the systems. In the very act of whitewashing its deity, so as to bring him up to the parochial standard of purity, humanism has lapsed into the unity it repudiated. Horn 1. Horn 2, which is a moral point, is not quite so obvious, but it will become so if the situation is examined. The good God being good is opposed to the evil. He did not cause, but cannot help. He must therefore struggle against it that his goodness may be proved. If he refuses the heroic combat, he is not a good God. If, having entered the arena, he does not come off conqueror, he is not, he cannot be so very good. If he conquers, the evil one is not destroyed, but merged in good. And you have not two principles, or many principles, but one principle. And this is moral monism. The humanist, you see, is not quite so naïve as the Semitic theologies that have produced him. Uncompromising in the face of his moral dilemma, he boldly throws over God's almightiness, so that his all-goodness may be kept intact. On no account must he be identified with the trivialities and absurdities and iniquities of existence. He should not, for instance, be held responsible for the presence in our universe of so many millions of fleas. Mr. Schiller seems to suggest that it is Mr. Bradley who should be responsible for the many millions. It does not occur to him that they might have been designed for the express purpose of demonstrating that man is not the sole end of the universe, and that humanist man is not the measure of all things, but that the humblest organism may have its point of view and its right to a say in the matter of existence. Having relieved his principle of its worst embarrassments, the humanist has now got God almost, but not quite, as moral as himself. But he has not avoided all in allness. He has simply conceived it in the form of human morality. Human morality, evolved by processes of alternate conflict and readjustment from various instincts of desire and repugnance adapted to the social and physical conditions of the inhabitants of the planet, this precious morality of his is what he solemnly refers to transcendent reality. And this, mind you, after jibbing at any identification of deity with the absurder details of our daily life. And mark the dilemma that arises from an honest man's attempt to whitewash God. After all, he can only save his moral whitewash at the expense of his pluralism, and his pluralism at the expense of his whitewash. And, even then, he has not saved his good God entirely from the suspicion of complicity in evil. The good God challenges, provokes, demands resistance. He is no more all good than he is all powerful. There is another very serious objection that the absolutist might make. The pragmatist's helpless and unhappy God is not good at all, any more than he is all powerful. For on the pragmatist's theory the good is the useful, it is what pays. The good God, then, is the useful God, the paying God, and evil is swallowed up in usefulness, in payment. So that evil also is what pays in the long run. It would seem, after all, then, that unity, in some form or other, is a necessity of thought. If the appetite for it is frustrated in one place, it will break out in another. It is implicit in the very dilemmas of the systems that have repudiated it. But to be just to Pragmatism and Humanism, they had deserved well of philosophy in reminding it of things it is apt to forget, little things like will and action and moral conduct, which Idealism really renders little or no account of. And I do not think either Pragmatists or Humanists claim to have established a metaphysic. Concerned as they are with the human will, and with action, and with moral conduct, they aim at something which they believe devoutly to be nobler and better and more useful. They conceive themselves to be much more profitably engaged in laying the ethical foundations of the universe. They do not worry about the foundations of ethics; they worry about the ethical behaviour of the universe. Whatever the universe does or does not conform to, it must conform to human and pragmatic ideas of morality. But the universe is nothing if not ironic; and in the fate of Pragmatism and Humanism there is a peculiar and a perfect irony. They have been taken at their word; and, as they have insisted on putting conduct first and ethics first, or ethics, if anything, a little after conduct, and on ignoring everything in the universe that does not square with conduct, or account for conduct, or presuppose conduct, that is not related to conduct, or referable in some way to conduct, they are left, in consequence of their vast repudiations, without any ethical ground for ethics, and therefore without any ethical ground for conduct at all. Thought relations are irrelevant to conduct; therefore thought relations must go. Relativity is fatal to ethical conduct; therefore relativity must go. The Infinite and the Absolute are indifferent to ethical conduct; therefore the Infinite and the Absolute must go. Monism will not account for ethical conduct; Monism is even incompatible with ethical conduct; therefore Monism must most emphatically go. So that, though pragmatic Humanism does not claim to have established a metaphysic, it does claim to have destroyed one, which is to be metaphysical with a vengeance. And it does not seem to have occurred to either Pragmatism or Humanism that a dead metaphysic could revenge itself in its turn. It did not and it could not occur to them that in this clean sweep of non-moralities, morality itself must go. The pragmatist's eyes are fixed on conduct and the useful, the paying results of conduct; and the humanist's eyes are fixed on the origins of conduct and the end of conduct, and neither have paused to ask themselves the one question that is vital and crucial for ethics. Is there anything that is good in itself apart from its results or its origin or its end? The logical outcome of Pragmatism is that the good is what pays. The logical outcome of Humanism, with its evolutionary ethics, is that the good is the pleasant or the desirable or the beneficial. With all their air of brand new modernity, neither Pragmatism nor Humanism have added anything to the utilitarianism of the middle 19th century, nor to the hedonism of the year 400 B.C. Pragmatism wears a Quaker's hat, and Humanism has vine leaves in its hair. Their quest is not for ultimate reality, but for steam engines and motor cars and synthetic chemistry, or for Tango, if that is pleasant, desirable, and beneficial. But it is only fair to add that their dilemmas are of the unconscious kind, and that they have made no specious promises. They say, I find this dualism or this pluralism, and I leave it at that. It does not make a tidy universe, but I can't help it. It's not my job to tidy up the universe, and I prefer things left like that, with their ends hanging all loose. It is more picturesque, more like nature, and like real life. End of chapter 5. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 6, Part 1, of A Defense of Idealism by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 6, The New Realism, Part 1, Section 1. We have seen that, after heroic struggles, neither Pragmatism nor Humanism succeeded in shaking itself wholly free of the abhorred unity. In their exclusive concern with conduct and morality, both betray a strong subjective bias fatal to the pretensions of a philosophy that is out against subjectivism in all its forms. We have seen that their too great zeal for goodness and the ultimate triumph of goodness defeated its own end, and left them with a universe on their hands in which goodness had neither metaphysical sanction nor logical ground, and, so far from being a reality, is not even that which to every pragmatist and humanist is a miserable makeshift for reality, an idea. I had got so far when it was pointed out to me that to deal faithfully with these philosophies is to slay the slain, and that my time would be very much better employed in considering the New Realism, which has nothing in common with them but its abhorrence of unity. It was also pointed out to me that the claims of the New Realism are so well founded that there is no likelihood or even possibility of Monism raising its head again, and that the mysterious snark, ultimate reality, has disappeared from the universe. I gathered that, this time, there can be no more temporizing, no more fooling about with relativity, no more fencing and dodging, and no more playing fast and loose with the law of contradiction, no more sheltering of reality behind appearances, no more conjuring with the unity of consciousness. In short, that all the little games of Monism are played out. It is a case of either swallowing the New Realism or being swallowed, with no possible doubt as to the actual issue. There is nothing for it but to approach the monster with as bold a front as is possible for a devout monist inwardly quivering with fear. It must be confessed that he is in some danger. For the New Realism is before all things a mathematical method, and it cannot be said that every monist is as strong in mathematics as by the nature of his case he ought to be. Still, he will do himself no good by ignoring the gravity of his position. He has got to look he has cleared his mind of Kant, whether he spells it with a small c or a big K. Now he cannot look it squarely in the face until he has stripped himself of every prejudice that clings to him, until he has got rid of the traditions he has been born and bred in, for the monist is usually born, not made, until he has cleared his mind of Kant, whether he spells it with a small c or a big K. He must, I think, acknowledge that his real, live, and formidable enemies are not the dualism of Messrs. Dewey and Schiller, nor yet the pluralism of Mr. William James, but the pluralism of Mr. Bertrand Russell, Mr. G. E. Moore, Mr. Alexander, and the New Realists of the United States. At the same time, it would have argued a most unreasonable negligence to have ignored the brilliant and powerful work of Mr. James and Mr. Schiller. By their very brilliance and their power, and the grace of their appeal to the thought and feeling of the plain man, they are likely to hold their own, if not after the New Realism has been forgotten, at any rate long before it has begun to be remembered by the plain man. The chances are that it is neither Pragmatism nor Humanism, but the New Realism that will succeed in establishing itself as the dominant philosophy of the 20th century. Still, they prepared its way before it. They anticipated it to some extent in their criticism of abstract intellectual idealism, and in their insistence on those irreducible elements of will, feeling, and action which abstract idealism leaves out of its account. And the New Realism has not been grateful to the two pioneers. It comes triumphantly and relentlessly into its own, and you may say its first act of power is to give both of them the coup de grace where it finds them, loitering contentedly on the very road they had made smooth for it. Well, the plain man is not going to think the worse of Pragmatism for Mr. Bertrand Russell's attack on it, even if Pragmatism is not hereafter to be counted among serious philosophies, and if Humanism is in no better case. To what does the New Realism owe its deadly force? Mainly, I think, if not entirely, to its method. Not to its newness, for it is not by any means so new as would appear from its claim to have revolutionized philosophy, much as Copernicus revolutionized astronomy by taking the sun as the center of the solar system instead of the earth. Indeed, the new realism has gone one better than Copernicus. It has decentralized philosophy altogether. And it has done this by applying the method of Mr. Bertrand Russell's atomistic logic to the universe without and to the universe within, that is to say, to the sum total of experience. The first result of this searching and implacable analysis is to demonstrate that the two are by no means coterminous. On the contrary, you are led step by step through a series of unwary admissions to the conclusion that there is no universe within, but that the sum total of the within is, in a vigorous and undebatable sense, part, and a very small part at that, of the universe without; while of the universe without there is no sum total, but an infinite number of kinds or classes of existences, and an infinite number of existences within each class or kind. The extreme pluralistic conclusion follows wherever and whenever the analytic method is applied. There is no escaping it, because in the last resort it rests upon a limited set of incontrovertible axioms of mathematical logic. There is no escaping the extreme realistic conclusion, because it also rests on an incontrovertible law of pure mathematics. All mathematics in their turn flow from a score of premises of symbolic or formal logic. This fact, that all mathematics is symbolic logic, Mr. Bertrand Russell declares to be one of the greatest discoveries of the age. And he shows that it is impossible to exaggerate its importance to philosophy and its influence on the fate of monism. The philosophy of mathematics, he says, has been hitherto as controversial, obscure, and unprogressive as the other branches of philosophy. Although it was generally agreed that mathematics is in some sense true, philosophers disputed as to what mathematical propositions really meant. Although something was true, no two people agreed as to what it was that was true; and if something was known, no one knew what it was that was known. So long, however, as this was doubtful, it could hardly be said that any certain and exact knowledge was to be obtained in mathematics. We find accordingly that idealists have tended more and more to regard all mathematics as dealing with mere appearances, while empiricists have held everything mathematical to be approximation to some exact truth about which they had nothing to tell us. The strength of idealism has hitherto lain in the poverty of formal logic, the impossibility of bringing the sacrosanct deductions of mathematics into line with deductive logic as it then existed. Philosophers, when they look for the cause of this mysterious divorce and contradiction between two orders of truth supposedly equally incontrovertible, so far from suspecting that the machinery of formal logic might be at fault, were apt to throw the entire blame on mathematics. Mathematics was accused of relying on axioms which were so many unproved and unprovable hypotheses. They might depend on an a priori intuition, or they might not. In either case their boasted logical certainty was an illusion. What was much worse, so far as pure mathematics could be said to be certain, they had no valid application to the world of experience, the world of space and time. All idealisms, constructive or destructive, are based on the ultimate inability of mathematics to defend its own position. And it is claimed that with the reform of symbolic logic, the perfecting of the formal machinery, the bottom is knocked out of idealism. For it follows that if all mathematics is symbolic logic, if all the entities that occur in mathematics can be defined in terms of those that occur in the above 20 premises, we have no longer got two orders of truth, but one order of truth. Pure mathematical truth will not be purer than any other. It will not constitute a different, a higher, holier, and more certain kind of truth. Any unmathematical proposition that follows faithfully from the same laws of symbolic logic will be as certainly true, as high and holy as mathematical truth. And lest the monist should take heart and see in the great discovery a confirmation of his theory that all logic, that is to say, all thought, all truth, and therefore all existence is one, it should be broken to him at once that he is doomed to disappointment. This unity of supreme logical law is not a unity in which he can hope to recognize his own. It is a purely formal and provisional unity. So far from being any good to him, it is the thin end of the wedge by which his universe is prized open, torn asunder, and scattered to the infinite. This logic is not his logic. Instead of the 12 comfortable categories which he could wrap round his universe like 12 woolly blankets, with the one vast eiderdown of the Absolute on top, it gives him a plurality of logical indefinables, as hard as marbles, which hurt him in all his tender places, instead of the rhythmic and dynamic throb of the triple dialectic, with its rich rolling song of unity and difference. It gives him vibrations as multitudinous, as discordant and irrelevant as the noises in a futurist symphony. The New Realism is before all things a method, and a mathematical method. For if there is to be any philosophy, any discussion as to the nature of the known, of knowing and the knower, at all, you must begin somewhere. Some axioms, or at any rate one axiom, must be accepted as certain, if there is not to be an infinite going back upon all propositions whatever. And the only certain axioms are the axioms of pure mathematics, that is to say, of symbolic logic. If we start anywhere, we must start with these. Starting with these, pluralistic realism stands or falls by mathematical logic. Its 4 vital theories are based on it: its theory of the mathematical infinite, its theory of relations, its theory of concepts or universals, its theory of immediate perception, or of our knowledge of the external world. It ought not to matter which of these we take first, for from each pluralistic realism will follow. Each leads us safely to its source in some incontrovertible law of mathematical logic. But, as it happens, we cannot consider the realistic theory of perception apart from the theory of the infinite and the theory of relations, on both of which it depends. Say, then, that we begin with immediate experience, the perception of an object in space. It is, to say the least of it, extremely debatable whether the perception of an object in space is in any sense an immediate experience. But I must leave this crucial point for consideration later on. I want to state the position of pluralistic realism, as far as I understand it, with the greatest possible clearness and cogency. And for present purposes we may very well assume that the perception of an object in space is an immediate experience. We must start somewhere. And it is important for a proper understanding of the new position that we should start with an experience into which these 3 terms, object, space, and perception, enter. Whatever consciousness may be supposed to have done or not done originally with its sense data, there comes a point when those data are referred to, an object perceived, as in a space external to the perceiver. We know what Idealism makes of this, and with what plausibility. It makes of it something like this. Let us grant that the only space in which objects are immediately known, otherwise perceived, is a private space, which the perceiver carries about with him, and that the shapes, sizes, lights and shades, and positions of objects in this space are not absolute, but relative to the position of the perceiver. Let us grant that the nature of pure or mathematical space has laws of its own and a nature of its own, such that it is not and cannot be known in immediate perception. On these 2 points monists and pluralists are, I believe, agreed. Now, as long as it could be supposed that pure mathematical space was as much infected by illusion and relativity as any private space of yours or mine, and that it was therefore a perfect hotbed of contradictions and dilemmas, what applied to space applying equally to time, then, though the truth of all the intermediate laws of physics
rested on the truth of the assumption that their space and time are real and contain no contradiction, idealism was still within its rights in denying absolute and independent reality to space and time. The more contradictions and dilemmas idealism could find in relations, above all in the relations of space and time, the better it was pleased. For, since there is nothing known that is not known as standing in relation to something or other except the Absolute, it could then charge the whole multiplicity of outer and inner experience with unreality, and set up its Absolute, which is one, as the only real. Physical science could not lift a finger to prevent this annihilation of its universe, as long as the pure mathematical laws on which it rests themselves involve the very worst contradictions and dilemmas. Its universe of space and time, matter and motion, was infected at its source. The most destructive of those dilemmas turned on the nature of the infinite and its relation to the finite. It was argued that finite events, such as motion or any other change, simply could not happen because of the infinity they involved. And if they are perceived as happening, if they are in fact known to happen, that fact goes to prove that all our perceiving and all our knowledge is of appearances and not of realities, and that the only real object of a real knowledge is the Absolute, the motionless and unchanging One. This relativity on which monism battens is found not only in the changes and motions of things, but in things themselves. Their being is to be related. Take the simplest of static relations, the relation of the thing and its qualities. It seems obvious that, if there are qualities, they must be qualities of something. There must be something that holds them together. At least so it seems to the idealistic monist. The thing and its qualities will then stand to each other as the two terms of a relation. But it is evident, the monist thinks, that the relation must depend upon what the thing is, and what qualities it has, that is to say, upon the nature of its two terms. The relation itself will be related, and doubly related. We have then, instead of the single chaste and simple relation that we started with, a relation of dependence holding between the relation itself and each of its two terms. That is to say, the relation that we thought so innocent has itself given birth to two terms and a relation. And that relation, being likewise dependent on the nature of its terms, will be likewise related, and so on for ever and ever, the terms and the relations multiplying like generations in geometrical proportion. You will find all this maddening behavior of relations described in Mr. Bradley's Appearance and Reality, pages 19 to 34. We started with a thing and its qualities, and the relation between them, and we have got an infinite regression. But, by the very fact that it possesses quality, and that the qualities are possessed by it, the thing is finite, the qualities are finite, and the relation between them is finite. So that we have again the contradiction and dilemma of a finite set of terms and relations involving an infinite series of terms and relations. A contradiction and dilemma which can only be avoided by taking both term and relation, the thing and its qualities, and whatever it is that makes them its qualities, as appearances and not as realities. Apply the same argument to the supreme relations of subject and object, of the self and its consciousness, and the entire universe of the without and the within is revealed as an illusion and a contradiction. And once more our flight is to the Absolute as the only reality. This conclusion is revolting to the intellectual conscience of men of science and to the common sense of the plain man, however much it may delight the monist and the mystic to be thus driven into the bosom of his God. We have seen how Vitalism and Pragmatism have tried to escape it, and wherein they have failed. It must, I think, be owned that the New Realism is more successful. End of chapter 6, part 1, section 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.
Chapter 6, Part 1, Section 2 of A Defense of Idealism by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 6, The New Realism, Part 1, Section 2. Neither vitalism nor pragmatism had a logic and a method. Vitalism took its stand on immediate perception and the facts of life. It observed them as the biologist or the psychologist observes them. It found that neither what it called realism nor what it called idealism provided or accounted for the most important data of perception and the most vital of the facts of life. But it had no logic whereby to test the apparent contradictions and dilemmas of immediate perception. It attempted to solve them uncritically and by rule of thumb, trusting to the plain man's common sense to find no fault with its pronouncement. The problem of life is solved by living, as the problem of walking solvitur ambulando. And although Mr. William James has dealt very faithfully indeed with abstract idealism, his method is on the whole so akin to M. Bergson's want of method that it consists mainly in an open appeal to the imagination and the common sense which vitalism satisfies and abstract idealism does not. It is hard to resist Mr. James when he is quoting Fechner, almost as hard as it is to resist Fechner himself. Fechner appeals with fervour and without shame to the desire of God and the hope of immortality that still stirs the hearts of some of us outside the universities of Cambridge and Harvard. But so long as there is left in this hospitable pluralistic universe a single stickler for the rigour of the game, one solitary professor whose heart remains impervious to the desire of God and the hope of immortality, the appeal of philosophies which have no logic is urged in vain. For it should be remembered that this is not a question of who thinks closest to life, Mr. William James or Mr. Bertrand Russell, but of what guarantee we have that when we think our thinking is true. We cannot dash in and snatch at a highly complex, ready-made reality like life, and test our thinkings by their correspondence with it, even if we knew what life is and what thought is, which we are very far from knowing. For life, anyhow, is a highly specialized and subordinate part of the whole context of experience, which includes many more things than immediate perception can lay its hands on. And as for thought, it may have no higher or more comprehensive place in the total hierarchy than life, and philosophy cannot test thought by its correspondence with reality, when the reality of experience is the question before us to be solved. We owe it to Mr. Bertrand Russell that logic has been restored to its proper place as the organ of philosophy. We also owe it to him that synthetic logic has been succeeded by analytic logic, if it is only for a time. The result is the most drastic criticism of preceding philosophies that has been known since the Critique of Pure Reason smashed the systems that were before it. If the conclusions of atomism hold good all along the line, it means the complete break-up not only of absolute idealism, but of all the great syntheses that ever ruled in philosophy, with some revolts and revolutions, since philosophy began. The synthetic systems were based, one and all, on criticism, more or less drastic, of the assumptions of immediate perception. Where the axioms of pure mathematics were held to be true, they were also held to be inapplicable to the objects of immediate perception. Every attempt to reconcile the two orders of assumption led to contradictions and dilemmas. The truth of the mathematical axioms themselves were considered to be open to doubt. Though the most tremendous consequences flowed from them, there were no axioms more ultimate and more simple from which they themselves flowed. The validity of every generalization and every deduction of physical science hung on them. They hung unsupported in a world of their own. Mathematics had thus a peculiar and mysterious existence. No valid conclusion about the actual physical world could be reached without them. Yet the objects they defined had no existence in the actual physical world. That position remains unaltered.
As a branch of pure mathematics, geometry is strictly deductive, says Russell, indifferent to the choice of its premises and to the question whether there exist in the strict sense such entities as its premises define. Until the 19th century, geometry meant Euclidean geometry, that is, a certain system of propositions deduced from premises which were supposed to describe the space in which we live. Then there were only two alternatives. Either, says Russell, we must be certain of the truth of the premises on their own account, or we must be able to show that no other set of premises could give results consistent with experience. Kantian idealism held out for the first alternative, empiricism for the second. But objections were raised to both, goes on Russell. For the Kantian view it was necessary to maintain that all the axioms are self-evident, a view which honest people found it hard to extend to the axiom of parallels. The second alternative could only be tested by a greater mathematical ability than falls to the lot of most philosophers. Accordingly the test was wanting till Lobachevsky and Bolyai developed their non-Euclidean system. It was then proved with all the cogency of mathematical demonstration that premises other than Euclid's could give results empirically indistinguishable within the limits of observation from those of the orthodox system. Geometry has become what it was formerly mistakenly called, a branch of pure mathematics, in which assertions are that such and such consequences follow from such and such premises, not that entities such as the premises describe really exist. That is to say, if Euclid's axioms be called A, and P be any proposition implied by A, then in the geometry which preceded Lobachevsky, P itself would be asserted since A was asserted. But nowadays the geometer would only assert that A implies P, leaving A and P themselves doubtful. And he would have other sets of axioms, A1, A2, implying P1, P2, respectively, and the implications would belong to geometry, but not A or P, or any of the other actual axioms and propositions. Thus geometry no longer throws any direct light on the nature of actual space. Dimensions, like order and continuity, are defined in purely abstract terms, without any reference to actual space. Now the former state of mathematics suited the idealistic monist admirably, for it provided all the contradictions and dilemmas that he wanted. And he may have still drawn consolation from the assurance that geometry is farther than ever from throwing any direct light on the nature of actual space. But he has now to learn that indirectly the increased analysis and knowledge of possibilities resulting from modern geometry has thrown immense light upon our actual space. If pluralistic realism can show, in spite of the high irrelevance of its mathematics, that there are definitions and there are axioms that hold good of the universe of space and time, matter and motion, if it can remove the contradictions and dilemmas which have been held to attach to the conceptions of space and time, matter and motion, if it can show that the relations of finite and infinite contain no contradiction or dilemma, it can then go on to prove the continuity of space, the absolute reality of space and time, matter and motion, and of that curious collection of qualities we call an object in space. That is to say, it undertakes to show that the existence of the external world is independent of our consciousness and of any consciousness whatsoever. We shall see that those conclusions do not exhaust the possibilities of pluralism. It claims to have established the external and independent reality of such things as concepts and thought relations, and the external and independent reality of sensations, which even philosophers hostile to monism have for long enough surrendered to the inner world. It makes out its case first by dealing with all mathematical laws and all mathematical reasoning as laws and reasoning of symbolic logic. Secondly, by giving the entities defined by pure mathematics, points, lines, and planes, an external reality peculiar and apart. Thirdly, by cutting away the ground from under the monist's most cherished contradiction, the contradiction involved in the very idea of mathematical space. As long as you were compelled to think of pure space as a mysterious continuity made up of discrete elements either infinitely divisible or indivisible and infinite in number, the idealist was within his rights in denying the reality of space and time and of matter and motion and everything else that depends on space and time. The New Realism admits, I think, that he was within his rights. Things cannot move, that is to say, cannot change their positions, in an unreal space, nor real events happen in an unreal time, nor real things be tied together by unreal relations, nor real parts be contained in unreal wholes. So the first thing that Mr. Bertrand Russell shows is that the laws of pure mathematics are the laws of symbolic logic. They have no superior cogency, but they have all the cogency that formal logic can confer on them, and there arise no contradictions or dilemmas in them anywhere. This could not be shown as long as the axioms of mathematics can be held debatable. And they can be held debatable as long as finite and infinite are affected by each other's behaviour. And finite and infinite could be very seriously affected by each other's behaviour as long as pure mathematics dealt with quantity and magnitude. But pure mathematics no longer deals with quantities or magnitudes, but with pure numbers. Pure numbers are reduced to classes or terms, the simplest elements of purely logical formulae. They can therefore be treated like any other terms in purely logical propositions. We have seen that the mutual compromising of finite by infinite and of infinite by finite is the root of the contradiction by which Idealism stands. But their differences have been adjusted for ever, we are told, since, some time in the 'eighties, George Cantor, the mathematician, made a certain interesting discovery as to the nature of the infinite. He found and proved that to or from an infinite series any number, even an infinite number, can be added or taken away without either increasing or diminishing the series. That is to say, finite and infinite are not affected by each other's vagaries. They neither negate nor limit, nor do they define each other. Mr. Bertrand Russell contends that this discovery has made secure the whole ground of mathematical philosophy, and with it all the foundations of applied mathematics, and with them all the laws of physical science that depend on the laws of space, and with those again the ground of the reality of the external world is made secure. For the reality of motion depends on the continuity of space, and the reality of change on the continuity of time. Before Cantor's discovery it could be argued that change and therefore motion, which is change of position, were relative and unreal, that real motion could not take place, for the simple reason that there was no place for it to take, and that no real event could happen in time, because there never was a quiet, steady instant for it to happen in. As long as space and time were held to be discontinuous, to consist in a finite or infinite number of separable points or instants, these dilemmas, so distressing to realism, followed. For progress of bodies and succession of events will always be from one point to the next beyond it, and from one instant to the next beyond. Always, between points, the body said to be occupying space will be out of space, and between instants, events said to be occurring in time will be out of time. M. Bergson does not cause these dilemmas to disappear by calling space the net that intellect spreads out under matter to catch it as it tumbles, and by using time to stuff the gaps in space. For there is nothing to stuff time's gaps with except durée, which is not time. There is no space and no time that can cover the awful, the unthinkable jump from next to next. Therefore, in Zeno's problem, Achilles never can overtake the tortoise, because, however fast he runs, he can do no more than jump from next point to next point. And the tortoise, however slow he is, can do no less. Neither of them can skip a point, so that Achilles can't settle it by jumping over either the tortoise or the ground that he has travelled. Swiftness and slowness are irrelevant to the problem. Time, which is all important to it, suffers from the same discontinuity as space. From instant to instant is on all fours with from point to point. Into this dreadful gulf between point and point, instant and instant, the modern mathematician shovels in the infinite. Continuity for the modern mathematician is not an affair of infinitesimals, but of infinitely divisibles. More than all, it is an affair of order in a series. From Cantor's discovery it follows that there never is a next point, a next instant, a next number. There never is any nextness at all. The next point, the next instant, the next number are finites. And as the infinite is neither increased nor diminished nor limited, nor in any way affected by any behavior of the finites, it follows that, start at any finite point or instant, you will, between it and the next point, the next instant, there will be an infinite number of points and instants, and between any two numbers an infinite number again, and so on to infinity, the gaps filling up before your eyes. You will find the entire proof set forth in the chapters on infinity and continuity in the Principia Mathematica. Meanwhile, Mr. Russell simplifies the problem by an illustration. Let us imagine, he says, a tiny speck of light moving along a scale. What do we mean by saying that the motion is continuous? If we consider any two positions of the speck occupied at any two instants, there will be other intermediate positions occupied at intermediate instants. However near together we take the positions, the specks will not jump suddenly from the one to the other, but will pass through an infinite number of other positions on the way. Every distance, however small, is traversed by passing through all the infinite series of positions between the two ends of the distance. It is obvious that this feat would be impossible if time could not be treated in the same way. So there is no nextness anywhere. And if there is no nextness, there is continuity. And if mathematical space and time are continuous, then all spaces and all times are continuous, and if continuous, then real. This conclusion, which is by no means self-evident, is the result of further logical constructions and correlations. What holds good of actual space will hold good of matter occupying space. What holds good of actual time will hold good of change and motion occupying time. Change and motion will be absolute and real, and unself-contradictory, in the sense that there is no state of change and no state of motion. And since all material things are continuous, that is to say, extended, extension, and with it the primary qualities of matter, will be absolute and real. There were, as we have seen, three outstanding objections to the older realisms: the alleged hypothetical character of the axioms of pure mathematics, the supposed fact that sense perceptions are illusory, the supposed dependence of a relation on its terms. We have seen how the new realism deals with the first. We shall see later on in another context how it deals with the third. Its business at the point where we are now is with sense perception. When it comes to sense perception, it betrays a certain consciousness of difficulty. The appearances of an object in space do certainly differ according to the point of view and the optic apparatus of the perceiver. Its size, shape, color, and relation to other objects in space vary with the position and distances of the perceiver. If a humorous creator had given to the lens of the eye the extravagant convexity and concavity of the little mirrors placed at the doors of Pierce's restaurants, the world of creatures would appear as a world of grotesques. But suppose that the new realism accepts as the standard lens the lens of the normal human eye. Appearances presented to the normal human eye will not rank as appearances, but as real objects normally perceived, and all variations from the normal will be attributed to flaws in the mechanism of perception. This question of the standard is crucial for the new realism. It raises difficulties which I will not dwell upon at present. Still, the variations, which we may call objective variations, due to the perceiver's objective changes of position, will remain. Also the fact that to one object of perception there will be a considerable, not to say an infinite number of perceivers, each bringing to the problem an individual angle or point of view, which itself will change with each change in his position. So that the new realism has to assume at least three kinds of space to begin with, and as many more kinds as may be necessary. Pure space, the space of the mathematician; private space, the space which every individual perceiver carries about with him; and public space, which is the same for everybody, and to which each separate private space has to be added and adjusted as a system of private cubicles is adjusted to a public dormitory. All these spaces, purged from the uncleanness of contradiction and relativity, are real and outside consciousness. Even private space is real and outside. It is, indeed, in its own mysterious way, not perhaps part of public space, as the cubicle is part of the dormitory, but one of the infinite, sliding, interpenetrating planes of the pluralistic real. On this system private spaces may be imagined as being like so many transverse, intersecting beams subsisting in public space, cleaving their way through it and through each other, as rays of light pierce their unique and untroubled paths through so many sheets of thin glass, and constructing with public space a system of most indubitable outsideness. I must leave it to Mr. Bertrand Russell to describe the manner of their adjustment. If two men are sitting in a room, two somewhat similar worlds are perceived by them. If a third man enters and sits between them, a third world, intermediate between the two previous worlds, begins to be perceived. The system consisting of all views of the universe, perceived and unperceived, I shall call the system of perspectives. I shall confine the expression private worlds to such views of the universe as are actually perceived. Thus a private world is a perceived perspective, but there may be any number of unperceived perspectives. Two men are sometimes found to perceive very similar perspectives, so similar that they can use the same words to describe them. In case the similarity is very great, we may say the points of view of the two perspectives are near together in space. But this space in which they are near together is totally different from the space inside the two perspectives. It is a relation between the two perspectives, and is not in either of them. No one can perceive it, and if it is to be known it can only be by inference. Between two perceived perspectives which are similar, we can imagine a whole series of other perspectives, some at least unperceived, and such that, between any two, however similar, there are others still more similar. In this way the space which consists of relations between perspectives can be rendered continuous, and, if we choose, three-dimensional. There are as many private spaces as there are perspectives. There are therefore at least as many as there are percipients. But there is only one perspective space, whose elements are single perspectives, each with its own private space. These private spaces will each count as one point, or at any rate as one element in perspective space. They are ordered by means of their similarities. Suppose, for example, that we start from one which contains the appearance of a circular disc, such as would be called a penny, and suppose this appearance in the perspective in question is circular, not elliptic. We can then form a whole series of perspectives containing a graduated series of circular appearances of various sizes. For this purpose we have only to move, as we say, towards the penny or away from it. The perspectives in which the penny looks circular will be said to lie on a straight line in the perspective space, and their order on this line will be that of the sizes of the circular aspects. In order to explain the correlation of private spaces with perspective space, we have first to explain what is meant by the place, in perspective space, where a thing is. We can form another straight line of perspectives in which the penny is seen end on, and looks like a straight line of a certain thickness. These two lines will meet in a certain place in perspective, that is, in a certain perspective which may be defined as the place, in perspective space, where the penny is. Having now defined the perspective which is the place where a given thing is, we can understand what is meant by saying that the perspectives in which a thing looks large are nearer to the thing than those in which it looks small. They are, in fact, nearer to the perspective which is the place where the thing is. We can now also explain the correlation between a private space and parts of perspective space. If there is an aspect of a given thing in a certain private space, then we correlate the place where this aspect is in the private space with the place where the thing is in perspective space. End of chapter 6, part 1, section 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 6, part 1, section 3 of A Defense of Idealism by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 6, The New Realism, part 1, 3. We are meant to see at once that such a space bequeaths its own reality and peculiar outsideness to the things that occupy it. Given that the adjustment of private to public space is an outside affair, it is possible for New Realism to proclaim boldly the outsideness and publicity of sense data. There is no sensation so elementary and so immediate that it cannot rank as perception of an outside real thing. Only from the private point of view of the receiver can it be regarded as a private object enshrined in private space. Sensations — red, hot, loud, rough, hard, heavy — are not my internal and private response to an external nerve stimulus, nor are they yours. They are planted out in the object, or rather, they subsist in the object by its and their own right. They are objects. It follows that for Realism, as for Idealism, there will be no difference between the so-called primary and secondary qualities. If position, extension, size, shape, weight, and impenetrability are real, we have no reason for supposing that the secondary qualities of matter, colour and sound and taste and smell, are not real too. This point is too important to be passed over with a summary reference. Again it is a question of logical construction and correlation, and the inferences we make therefrom. Such sense data, whatever else they may be, are to be classed among what Mr. Bertrand Russell calls hard facts. They are given, not inferred. They are irreducible to anything simpler than themselves. We infer that they have an objective or independent reality from the fact that they enter obediently into the context of objective or independent realities. They can be correlated with them so as to form part of the same logical construction. They show themselves as belonging not only to the same universe, but to the same order of reality within the universe. For the thorough-paced realist and thorough-paced idealist alike, the distinction between the illusions and realities of sense is irrelevant. They are distinguished only by their respective contexts. But it is a distinction which makes all the difference between Realism and thorough-paced Idealism. Thus Mr. Bertrand Russell in Our Knowledge of the External World. The first thing to realize, he says, is that there are no such things as illusions of sense. Objects of sense, even when they occur in dreams, are the most indubitably real objects known to us. What then makes us call them unreal in dreams? Merely the unusual nature of their connection with other objects of sense. I dream that I am in America, but I wake up and find myself in England, without those intervening days on the Atlantic, which, alas, are inseparably connected with a real visit to America. Objects of sense are called real when they have the kind of connection with other objects of sense which experience has led us to regard as normal. When they fail in this they are called illusions. But what is illusory is only the inferences to which they give rise. In themselves they are every bit as real as the objects of waking life. Thus Mr. Edwin Holt, in The Place of Illusory Experience in a Realistic World, taking up the idealistic challenge. Not the illusory or hallucinatory image as such, he says, it was rightly said by our opponent, but such an image when it asserts itself to be, or when the realist asserts it to be a real object, is the crux for Realism. Now the secondary qualities, he goes on, present interrelations, both fixed and intelligible, so that those persons who seriously study them begin to see that they form a system like the systems discovered in mathematics. And this fact alone, as someone has said, already sets them off from the purely subjective, individual, and incalculable. Mr. Holt's argument is too closely and elaborately knit to bear quotation of any single passage. This is the gist of it. Take a whole class of so-called sense illusions, errors of space, the diminution, duplication, and distortion of an object. A suitable apparatus can produce mechanically and objectively the perfect counterpart of these effects. There is a certain mechanical focusing of the eyes by which, when our eyes are shut, near things can be made to seem nearer and smaller. There is a certain mechanical focusing by which a machine for manufacturing shoe lasts copies its model. The machine at work has quite the air of seeing its model. So much so that the nearer the centre of the last is brought to the cutting edge of the machine, the smaller the model that the machine turns out. Again, the stereoscopic camera habitually sees double, as human eyes will if their several perspectives are divided. A roughly cut lens distorts as badly as an astigmatic eye. And the realist argues thus: as in these cases there is an inequality of the self-subsistent reality either of the single, undiminished, undistorted object, or of its doubling, reduction, and distortion, so there should be no question in the case of the human apparatus, which is equally mechanical. Both affairs are of the same order. As for the so-called subjective hallucinations, for instance, of dreams, they are precisely on the same footing as objective sensations. The nervous system, even when unstimulated from without, is able to generate within itself nerve currents of those frequencies whose density factor is the same as in ordinary peripheral stimulation. And Mr. Alexander is no less explicit. For him sense data are on precisely the same footing as an object of thought, and equally independent of the mind that thinks or senses. For us both the sensum and the so-called object of thought are equally objects, non-psychical. They are equally objects meant, though they are not equally important. Doubtless it is difficult enough, without natural and philosophical prepossessions, to treat the sensum as an object independent of the mind, for which the mind with its sense organ, through its act of sensing, is the mere vehicle of reception. Partly this arises from our theoretical ignorance of what exactly in the object the sensum is as compared with the percept. To call the sensum blue, as I have done, using a Leibnizian metaphor, a fulguration of the quality blueness, is admittedly but a metaphor, and I am not yet prepared to supply the defect in theory. The sensum, he goes on, is so fragmentary and elementary. But at least we can say that, whatever it may be, it is that which exists in the thing at the moment and place to which it is referred, and that it is equally and identically apprehensible by me and another person who should put himself into the same situation of place and time as I, and who is supposed for simplicity to be equally normal with me, and to be suffering from no special subjective condition different from mine which might differently affect his susceptibility to the sensory object. Again: I see the table in different perspective according to my position, he says, but this does not prove the visual object psychical, a mere content, but only that the object looks different from different angles. The appearances are real characters of the thing. And so when the stick is seen bent in water, its visual character is bent because of the refraction of the light, the illuminated outline is bent. But of course the touch stick is not bent. These facts point to the superior value of touch experience and the greater importance of primary qualities, as in the first place apprehended by touch, over the secondary ones. The primary qualities are in precisely the same position with regard to our minds as the secondary ones. Either both of them are mental or neither. The plain man ought to rejoice at this rehabilitation of the world he takes for granted. The irreducible real world outside consciousness, resonant as a drum, hard as marble, bearing all the heraldry of its colours in its own right. The world that Dr. Johnson believed in, the world that Reid and Wolf, the Wolf who sent Kant into a dogmatic slumber, took for granted without any aid from analytic logic. Consider what has happened. This world was badly shaken when Berkeley melted down the primary objective qualities of matter into secondary subjective qualities, and declared their esse to be percipi; when Hume reduced causation to fortuitous sequences of sensation; and Mill defined the result as a permanent possibility of sensation; and when Objective Idealism proved that consciousness is considerably more than a stream of sensations, when it raised up the world again out of the flux and stuck the broken bits of it together with thought relations, its indubitable outside reality was still inside universal consciousness, and it is this universality of consciousness that the New Realism has laid its hands on. So far Idealism and Realism can get along fairly comfortably together. They can at any rate both agree that all the qualities of matter are in the same boat. There is no difference on either theory between primary and secondary qualities. It is over the thought relations that the decisive battle is to be fought. The New Realism abolishes the entire system of thought relations which Idealism has built up. It repudiates the idealist theory of internal relations, relations snugly yet inscrutably housed in their terms. For Realism there are terms and there are relations. But though relations are concepts, they are not the work of thought, and in no case is a relation dependent on its terms or grounded mysteriously in their secret inner nature. Every relation is an outside and self-subsistent reality, independent both of the relator and the related. There is, properly speaking, no relator. A relation is a thing devoid of secrecy or mystery, plain as a pikestaff or the nose on your face, and offering not the smallest foothold to idealistic monism. Useless to inquire how a relation and its terms come together. They are together for shorter or longer periods. That is enough. That is the beginning and the end of the relation. And as sense data, the greenish gold, the loud, the cold, the smooth, the heavy, the acrid smelling, the bitter tasting, all the secondary qualities that I sense, say, in a brass trombone, are outside and self-subsistent objects of sensation, and as percepts, such as the brass trombone itself, localized for me in close and intimate relation to my sense organs as I play it, and in more or less distant relation to the concert hall I play it in, to the other instruments in the orchestra and the other things in the hall, as the brass trombone, the percept, is the outside and self-subsistent object of perception, so the concepts, brass trombone, greenish goldenness, loudness, coldness, smoothness, heaviness, acridity and bitterness, are outside and self-subsistent objects of conception. But they are no more in the object of sense perception than they are in or of the perceiving consciousness. They would have given considerable trouble and raised the most disconcerting dilemmas if they had been. So they, too, are planted out, not in space, not in time, but in a world of their own, the world of the changeless and eternal ideas. If there be any world of the Absolute, it is theirs and theirs alone. Here, after 23 centuries, Platonic Idealistic Realism has come again into its own. There must be no misunderstanding about the position of ideals, concepts, or universals in the new realistic scheme. No sentence can be made up without at least one word which denotes a universal. The nearest approach would be some such statement as "I like this." But even here the word "like" denotes a universal, for I may like other things and other people may like things. Thus all truths involve universals, and all knowledge of truths involve acquaintance with universals. The universal cannot be a so-called abstract idea, an idea seated firmly in particulars and picked out of them by the mind. Take, for example, the idea of whiteness or the idea of the triangle that Bishop Berkeley argued about, the triangle which must be neither oblique nor rectangle, neither equilateral, equicrural, nor scalenon, but all and none of these at once, an unqualified triangle, a triangle tout pur. A difficulty emerges, Bertrand Russell says, as soon as we ask ourselves how we know that a thing is white or a triangle. If we wish to avoid the universal's whiteness and triangularity, we shall choose some particular patch of white or some particular triangle, and say that anything is white or a triangle if it has the right sort of resemblance to our chosen particular. But this is only putting off the evil day when we have to recognize the presence of the universal. For the resemblance required will have to be a universal, Russell goes on. Since there are many white things, the resemblance must hold between many pairs of particular white things, and this is the characteristic of a universal. It will be useless to say that there is a different resemblance for each pair, for we shall have to say that those resemblances resemble each other, and thus at last we shall be forced to admit resemblance as a universal. The relation of resemblance, then, must be a true universal. Consider such a proposition, he goes on, as Edinburgh is north of London. Here we have a relation between two places, and it seems plain that the relation subsists independently of our knowledge of it. The part of the earth's surface where Edinburgh stands would be north of the part where London stands, even if there were no human being to know north or south, and even if there were no minds at all in the universe. This follows, as we have seen, from the realistic theory of perception; so that, before we go on to consider the doctrine of universals, we may assume it to be true that, as Russell says, nothing mental is presupposed in the fact that Edinburgh is north of London. But this fact involves the relation north of, which is a universal, and it would be impossible for the whole fact to involve nothing mental if the relation north of, which is a constituent part of the fact, did involve anything mental. Idealists will again agree heartily with this view. It would indeed be impossible. Hence, said Russell, we must admit that the relation, like the terms it relates, is not dependent upon thought, but belongs to the independent world which thought apprehends but does not create. If we ask, where and when does this relation exist? The answer must be nowhere and no when. There is no place or time where we can find the relation north of. It is neither in space nor in time, neither material nor mental. Yet it is something. Thoughts and feelings, minds and physical objects exist. But universals do not exist in this sense. We shall say that they subsist or have being, where being is opposed to existence as being timeless. The world of universals, therefore, may also be described as the world of being. The world of being is unchangeable, rigid, exact, delightful to the mathematician, the logician, the builder of metaphysical systems, and all who love perfection more than life. Thus Mr. Edward Spalding in his Defense of Analysis. The concept, he says, is not the printed or spoken sign, the word. It would subsist did the signs not exist. It is not the knowledge or idea of the state of affairs, the concept or group of concepts. It is not identical with the individual cases, whatever these be. Number is not any one number, man is not a man, etc. It is not necessarily even physical or mental, even when the individual cases are physical or mental existents. Thus Mr. Cecil Delisle Burns in William of Ockham on Universals. The facts of experience necessitate the supposition of 1. Particulars differing numerically and not as collections of different qualities, and 2. Likenesses implying the existence of some sort of reality which is different from the reality of the particulars. The likeness between particulars has to be explained by reference to a third thing which we may call a universal. Nor can the mere addition or blurring of particulars, thisnesses, produce a likeness, whatness. The universal, therefore, must be a kind of reality in relation to which the particulars are alike. Thus it exists besides, and, if you like it, above or beyond the particulars. We may say that universals are in mente, but that they are, and are independently of our knowledge of them, there is no doubt. Therefore they exist in some other way than the way particulars exist. Hence we say that the likeness in things is not the universal, but indicates the universal. The italics are mine. They emphasize the most important point of all. The reason for this planting out is not far to seek. It follows from the law of analytic logic, which postulates the independence and the reality and the infinite number of its universals. For the validity of all reasoning, both inductive and deductive, depends on the presence, somewhere in the chain, of a universal proposition, either arrived at or assumed, either expressed or implied. In deduction, which proceeds from the universal to the particular, it is obvious that this is so. But it is no less imperative in all induction, which proceeds at its logical peril from the particular to the universal. Logical peril, for, consider that by no possible conjuring can you obtain a universal proposition from the simple enumeration of particular cases. Not if you went on enumerating for 10,000 years, untold generations of observers taking up the tale. For the peculiar, indefinable, indestructible validity of a universal law is not born of tireless and vociferous repetition. But deduction must obtain its universal somewhere. You must therefore assume the existence of as many universals as there are possible propositions if there is to be any reasoning at all. It follows that, if reasoning is to hold good of the real world, universals must be as real, as independent of consciousness, as any of the realities which analytic logic has shown to be firmly established in space and time. Universals, then, are concepts. But concepts are not thought relations in the idealist sense, nor are they in any sense constructed or constituted by thought. They are entities, objects of conception independent of the conceiver, standing on their own feet in their own spaceless and timeless world, as objects of perception stand in space and time. There is a concept or universal not only of every number and quantity, and every thing and every quality, but of every possible relation that obtains between all or any of them, and of every proposition that can be made concerning all or any of them; so that the world of the universals is as infinite as the world of space or time. If you ask how, apart from their logical functions, they may be said to be, the answer is that they are as objects of conceptual contemplation. End of chapter 6, part 1, section 3. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 6, part 1, section 4 of A Defense of Idealism by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 6, The New Realism, part 1, section 4. Now it is clear that on this theory the role of consciousness is reduced to the very narrowest margin, and that the self will be nothing more than the spectator of existence. As Mr. Joseph Conrad says, this is purely a spectacular universe. There is nothing in it which can be said to have arisen in consciousness. Thus a magnificent spectacle has been provided, at the expense of consciousness, by the ruthless planting out on to a distant stage of everything once held securely within it. If we ask whether, within the self's narrow border, there remains anything at all that is the work of consciousness, we are told, yes. Besides the primary and secondary qualities of matter, there are certain tertiary qualities that cannot be planted out with them. Such are the aesthetic feelings and values, the moral feelings and values, delight, charm, and their opposites, all that Mr. Alexander calls the richness of mind, and all that is creative in the objects of creative art. These are purely subjective. They have no home anywhere but in the self that feels them. It is interesting to see that Mr. Alexander includes among them beauty and goodness, which to Mr. G. E. Moore and Mr. Bertrand Russell are essentially objective realities, universals; and that Mr. Ralph Perry recognizes what he calls content patterns, as determined exclusively by the agency, selective and combining, of the subject of consciousness. Mr. Perry also admits that higher complexes, such as history, society, life, or reflective thought, are dependent on consciousness. But whether he would get any backing here from his brother realists is open to doubt. The emotions and the passions, which might have loomed so large, are left out of the accounts I have referred to, probably as too glaringly subjective for special notice. Personally, I do not see how, on the theory, the self can be justly credited with the work of its imagination. For imagination deals with universals and has its home in the eternal. Therefore one would have supposed that creative art was the least subjective of entities. Its works are planted out forever in the spaceless and the timeless world. I do not know whether this conclusion would be held to follow strictly from the premises of the New Realism, but I think it should follow. There is, however, I believe, considerable divergence of opinion on this point. I think it must be allowed that the New Realism has made out a strong case for itself, and that where Pragmatism and Humanism have failed, it has succeeded. I do not think that the idealistic monist will gain anything by refusing to concede to it the full measure of its success. I believe that if he meets it courageously, so far from driving him out of the bosom of the Absolute, it will fold him more securely in. If he thrives on what Walt Whitman called the terrible doubt of appearances, If there is nothing terrible to him in that doubt, it is because, to him, the terrible thing would be to be shut up for ever in this prison of space and time and matter, and to know nothing for ever but appearances, when it is reality for which he hungers and thirsts. To begin with, whatever pluralistic realism does to him, it does not shut him up in any prison. On the contrary, to borrow Mr. Bertrand Russell's phrase, it gives him wings. It proves to him that the bosom he desires, the barren bosom of the Absolute, is a prison indeed. The universe that opens to him has no walls, not even the walls of all-containing Deity. It is only to be conceived, so far as it can be conceived at all, as an infinite number of infinitely intersecting planes of reality, each one of which is infinite. Each plane represents a different kind or order of reality, and maintains an infinite number of realities within or on it. Time and space and matter are not prisons; for time and space and matter are infinite, and there is an infinite number of times and spaces and matters and motions. Time and space contain an infinite number of separate realities. Of these there are an infinite number of objects of sensation, an infinite number of objects of perception, and an infinite number of their relations in time and space. There is also an infinite number of universals, the objects of conception, out of time and out of space, corresponding with every class of object in time and space. And again, an infinite number of relations out of time or space, and an infinite number of universals, or class concepts corresponding with each relation. And as every single number of this infinity of infinities is a real thing, an entity, the monist cannot justly complain of any lack of reality. But while the new realism gives him reality, more reality than he asked or dreamed of, reality in embarrassing, overwhelming quantities, it does not give, or profess to give him, the kind or quality of reality he wants. The new realism, in its turn, complains of his bad taste in wanting any other reality, and of his impudence in asking for it. But there is no reason why the monist should not admire this largely spectacular universe realism has provided. What he has reason to complain of is its lack of unity. Then the pluralist tells him that unity, except in the peculiar and limited form of a whole, is precisely what he cannot have. And since the whole was, after all, what the monist performed nearly all his monistic tricks with, he may seek to bargain with his adversary and say, "You may keep all your infinities for all I care, if only you will give me back my whole to do what I like with," for he thinks he may yet succeed in packing all those infinities inside it in some supreme synthesis. And then he will learn to his bewilderment that it is no longer his to do what he likes with. In fact, he will not regain his whole by the time analytic logic has done with it. To begin with, it raises all over again the apparently innocent but really formidable question which Monism has hitherto answered with an unhesitating affirmative. Is the relation between whole and part such that, given the concept of the whole, the concept of the part follows? That is to say, is it a relation of logical priority? If it is, it ought to follow as strictly as the two propositions B is greater than A, and A is less than B, follow from and imply each other. Then we should be able to define the relation thus, he says: A is said to be part of B when B is implies A is, but A is does not imply B is. Now, at first sight, this looks a very straightforward and satisfactory definition of the relation between whole and part. And it looks as if it might favor Monism by attaching the whole inseparably to the part, and the part inseparably to the whole in a unity. But not a bit of it. Mr. Bertrand Russell rejects the definition on the grounds that this relation of logical priority cannot be made to run on all fours with the relation of simple mutual implication between B is greater than A and A is less than B; that it is not a simple but a highly complex proposition, inasmuch as it implies other propositions asserting the being of A and the being of B, and the being of the relation, each of which is simpler than itself; and that it rests not only on the proposition B implies A, but on the further proposition A does not imply B. The invalidity of the definition by logical priority will be seen at once if we introduce an element of another kind and value. For example, A is greater and better than B implies B is less than A. But the converse implication does not hold. Yet the latter proposition is not part of the former. Again, from A is red it follows that A is colored. Yet the proposition A is red is no more complex than A is colored. Redness, in fact, appears to be a simple concept which, though it implies colour, does not contain colour as a constituent. And Mr. Russell argues that, having failed to define wholes by logical priority, we shall not, I think, find it possible to define them. Now, I think, the monist would agree heartily that if the relation of whole and part is not to be defined by logical priority, it is not to be defined at all. He would not be at all so certain that the definition he thinks so satisfactory should be flung aside because analysis finds that it is less simple than it looked at first. He would, I think, protest against propositions, that is to say, judgments covering concrete complexes being ruled out because it can be shown that they will not hold good when reduced to the strictly abstract terms of formal logic. He defies the analyst to discover any flaw in the definition A is said to be B when B is implies A is, but A is does not imply B is. And Mr. Russell admits that this state of things is realized when A is part of B. It seems to him, then, sheer wantonness to infect this still comparatively simple relation by complicating it with irrelevant elements drawn from other sources. And then to argue that, because worse is very far from being part of better, and because colour implied by red is not a part of red, therefore logical implication must not be allowed to infect any definition of whole and part, when it has been admitted that it holds good when, that is to say, whenever and wherever A is part of B. But Mr. Russell is out to prove that this particular relation of whole and part is an indefinable and ultimate relation, a concept as irreducible as goodness or badness, redness or colour, and that there is no question of the whole holding its parts together in a unity, or of the parts as existing only in and for a unity. Correlation, for the logical atomism of the pluralistic realist, does not involve either higher synthesis or mutual dependence of relations on terms, or of terms on each other. Concepts are hard, irreducible, mutually repellent entities, and relations are hard, irreducible, mutually repellent entities. And when propositions are broken up, they are broken. What analytic logic hath put asunder, let no man join. But this is not the end of the matter. Besides this indefinable and ultimate relation, there are others. And we are now told that the nature of the relation will depend upon the nature both of the whole and of the parts. For it would appear that though a relation is not allowed, on pain of an infinite regress, to depend upon the nature of its terms when this dependence suits the monist, it may do so for the convenience of the pluralist, who in this case blinks the dilemma with tolerance and bonhomie. Thus three kinds of wholes may be distinguished: 1. Collections or aggregates of single terms; 2. Collections or aggregates of terms which are themselves aggregates; 3. Collections of propositions which relate or qualify. It is only when we reach the third and last kind of whole that we arrive at unity. As this whole always consists of propositions in which something is related to something, or something is qualified by something else, it must be regarded as radically and irreducibly different from any whole which is simply a collection or aggregate, whether of single terms or aggregates. And the relation of whole and part in any unity will be radically and irreducibly different from the relation of whole to part in any collection or aggregate. So much so that we may say that there are not three kinds of whole, but two kinds: collections or aggregates, and unities. And the radical and irreducible difference between these two kinds is this: that in a collection, whether of single terms or aggregates, such a whole is completely specified when all its simple constituents are specified. Its parts have no direct connection inter se, but only the indirect connection involved in being parts of one and the same whole. Whereas wholes, containing relations or predicates, are not specified when their parts are all known. For take the simplest instance. A differs from B. And let A and B be as simple as you please, you cannot reduce this whole to anything simpler, that is, to fewer terms than A, B, and difference. Simple as it seems, A differs from B is really a very complex synthetic statement. Under analysis it yields, as we have seen, A, B, and difference as a subordinate aggregate of three terms, and the whole involved in its implication, B differs from A. A, B, and difference must be thought of as three single and irreducible terms before ever the business of joining up A to B and the relation of their difference can begin. The relation itself is a new thing that will not be found in the analysis, and is not even specified by specifying its parts. So that the only unity which analytic logic allows him, so far, is a unity that doesn't yield an inch of ground to the struggling monist. In fact, he is, if anything, worse off with it than he was with the whole as a collection, since the collection at least collected, and the whole could be specified by its terms when the terms were known. We have got to realize that always the whole is a new single term, distinct from each of its parts and from all. It is one, not many, and is related to the parts, but has a being distinct from theirs. And the pluralist argues that since this is so, we can no longer talk about identity and difference, or about the whole being present in its parts, or about the parts existing in the whole. And as the monist surveys the ruins which analytic logic has made of his neatly ordered and closely articulated world, several things are bound to occur to him. I think he will say, all this may be true of finite things and of finite wholes. I have never denied the plurality of infinites. But my whole is infinite. Let us see, then, what the pluralist's account is of infinite wholes, and whether they are in any better case. We must then admit infinite aggregates, says Mr. Russell. It remains to ask a more difficult question, namely, are we to admit infinite unities? Are there any infinitely complex propositions? A unity will be infinite when the aggregate of all its constituents is infinite. But this scarcely constitutes the meaning of infinite unity. An infinite unity will be an infinitely complex proposition. It must not be analyzable in any way into a finite number of constituents. Now, for my part, I see no possible way of deciding whether propositions of infinite complexity are possible or not. But this at least is clear, that all the propositions known to us, or probably all that we can know, are of finite complexity. Thus the question whether or not there are infinite unities must be left unanswered. The only thing we can say on this subject is that no such unities occur in any department of human knowledge, and therefore none such are relevant to the foundation of mathematics. There is no comfort for the monist here. The only sort of infinite whole that pluralism will allow him is an infinite collection. And an infinite collection, so far from being any good to him, carries on the business of plurality for ever and ever, world without end. End of chapter 6, part 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 6, part 2, section 1 of A Defense of Idealism by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 6, The New Realism, part 2, section 1. So far it must, I think, be admitted that where the logic of the new realist meets the logic of the monist, the encounter has been apparently to the disadvantage of the monist. Hitherto the monist has either neglected mathematics altogether, or he has seized on them greedily to nourish his appetite for dilemmas. Thus his position becomes vulnerable from the first moment when the mathematician cuts off his nourishment at its source by solving the dilemmas. It remains to be seen whether his idealistic monism has sufficient vitality or sufficient command of other resources to survive the blockade. His ultimate and complete overthrow must follow if he has no other resources than the slender synthetic methods he has employed hitherto; if, that is to say, he stands or falls by the entire epistemology of the past.
It must follow, in any case, whatever his unexplored resources, if the New Realism succeeds in its attempt to make the laws of pure mathematics binding on a universe which, as known and experienced, is anything but pure; and if it succeeds in keeping those laws secure from the assaults of any countering analysis which may reveal in them a secret contradiction and dilemma. I do not say, if its doctrine of Pluralism and its account of knowledge in general, and of immediate perception in particular, should hold water; for I think it will be found that, so far as these do not follow as corollaries from its mathematical arguments, they have been deliberately arranged to correspond. Now, there is no doubt that the idealist's habit of rash synthesis has laid him open to attack. Whatever happens to the constructions of the New Realism, much of its critique of the older Idealism must remain as perhaps the most vitally important and necessary work that any philosophy has yet done. This is why I shall consider this part of it in rather more detail than the slight form of these essays warrants. Readers who have no taste for abstract thinking will do well to skip the next 30 pages or so, for I warn them they will be taken over a very dry and difficult piece of ground. At the same time they should remember that we despise abstractions at our peril. There never was an abstraction so abstract that it or its kind was not at some time or other the burning centre of man's passion. And, even now, it may be that our hope of God and heaven and immortality and the present existence of our very selves hang on as thin a thread. We will begin with Mr. Bertrand Russell's criticism of the monistic theory of truth, for it amounts to a criticism of the monistic theory of reality. The monist says that the truth is the whole; and Mr. Russell argues that if this is so, no part of the truth can be true. When Mr. Joachim says that the truth is one and whole and complete, it means, as he says, that nothing is wholly true except the whole truth, and what seems to be isolated truths, such as 2 + 2 = 4, are really only true in the sense that they form part of a system which is the whole truth. The truth that a certain partial truth is part of the whole is a partial truth, and thus only partially true. Hence we can never say with perfect truth this is part of the truth. Hence there can be no sense of truth which is completely applicable to a partial truth, because everything that can be said about a partial truth is a partial truth. Thus the complete truth about any part is the same as the complete truth about any other part, since each is the whole truth. I do not know whether every monist would accept this statement of his position. He ought not to admit the very first construction which Mr. Russell has foisted on him, as it stands, but he would, I think, amend it thus: Nothing is wholly true of things that are wholes except the whole truth, by which he will secure his position when he defines reality as the whole. He would distinguish between isolated truths and isolated facts. And while admitting that truths, artificially isolated by logical analysis, may be wholly true as far as they go, he would insist that if facts could be isolated, torn from the living context in which they are born and by which they continue, if they could be stripped bare, that is to say, of their relations, no truth could be known about them at all. Thus he would deny that isolated facts and the whole truth can be made to run logically on all fours. For instance, though it may be wholly true that water consists of H2O1 in chemical combination, it is not the whole truth about water. It is not the whole truth about hydrogen or oxygen. And by this time he would begin to see that the trap that was laid for him is a logical quibble turning on the whole truth and wholly true. The only construction that he would accept without reservation is the last: the complete truth about any part is the complete truth about any other part, since each is the whole of truth. The point which Monism and Pluralism will contest forever is the point at which the complete truth may be said to have been reached. For the pluralist, if he is logically consistent, there can be no such point, since the parts of his universe are infinite. For the monist, it cannot be reached anywhere short of the Absolute. We shall see later on that the pluralist reaches it everywhere by the erection of an infinity of independent absolutes. To go back to the assault on Mr. Joachim. My monist has accepted the first and the last construction put on him.
It is in the intermediate propositions that he would be likely to suspect a humorous parody of his position. What seem to be isolated truths, such as 2 + 2 = 4, are really only true in the sense that they form part of the system which is the whole truth. The truth that a certain partial truth is part of the whole is a partial truth and thus only partially true. Hence we can never say with perfect truth, "This is part of the truth." The monist who believes that nothing is wholly true in his sense except the whole truth is not bound to deny that 2 + 2 = 4 is part of the truth. He is only bound to deny that it is the whole truth about 2 and about 4, and that the whole truth about 2 and about 4 is the whole truth about number, and that the whole truth about number is the whole truth about reality. He would insist that if you isolate that apparently self-evident proposition about 2 and 2 in such a way as to ignore the other isolated truths about number, for instance that 16 + 16 = 32, or 4 divided by 2 = 2, or even that 7 × 7 = 49, you have only a partial knowledge of 2 + 2. And again he would protest against the quibble that turns on taking a partial truth as equivalent to partially true. But the sterner problem for the monist arises when you isolate all the truths you know about number from all the truths you know about quality, and find that, although within their own wholes none are completely true when torn from their respective contexts, yet the whole set of arithmetical truths and the whole set of qualitative truths stand apparently on their own feet, and in the most perfect isolation and independence. If it were not true that 2 + 1 = 3, it would still be true that water consists of 2 parts of hydrogen to 1 of oxygen. That in this case we should have considerable difficulty in measuring the parts is not any argument from the pluralistic realist point of view. Wherever water is there will be H2O1 whether you measure and number them or not. In the same way the numbers 2 and 1 and 3 and all the relations between them would persist as eternal realities, and all the truths about them would be eternally true, whether there were anything to be numbered in the universe or not. In this case the numbers would still have the resource of numbering each other. And yet without quantity, so much hydrogen to so much oxygen, without proportion which can be expressed by number, the qualities of water cannot be. You cannot, except by an artificial logical analysis, tear those two wholes apart. Therefore they are not wholes; they are only complexes knit together, with all their several complexities, into the structure of the universe. Isolate them, not from each other, but from that greater whole, and what independence and what reality will they have? That is the crux. The pluralistic realist says they have their own reality and that is enough. The monist says that in that state of dismemberment they have no reality; they are only appearances; reality is the absolute whole of spirit or of some consciousness, which alone holds them together. Both agree that somehow or other they are together. The monist says or ought to say that they can only be separated by an arbitrary process of abstraction. It looks as if the realist, rashly supposing that the idealist is always talking and thinking about ideas, had taken for granted that he could be floored by an argument that rests on an unreal abstraction. Whereas the world the monist is considering is the same real and related world, the world of intricate connections and mutual dependencies and correspondences, of things linked and plaited together and interwoven, and separable only in thought. Nobody is contending that the truth 2 + 2 = 4 is an unreal abstraction, or that it is not a holy and eternal truth, if all the other truths about number are holy and eternal too, or that a partial truth is not true as far as it goes. The idealist is, I think, well within his rights in protesting against Mr. Bertrand Russell's use of the terms the whole truth and a partial truth as equivalent to wholly true and partially true. The destructive force of Mr. Russell's argument rests on this dubious equivalence and on nothing else. Let us take things as they are, in the concrete. It is wholly true that Mr. Bertrand Russell is a brilliant mathematician; but it is not the whole truth about Mr. Bertrand Russell. Mr. Bertrand Russell is more than a brilliant mathematician; he is a brilliant logician; he is a brilliant writer; he is (unfortunately at the present moment) a pacifist; and he is a number of the other things besides. He is a pluralistic universe in himself. but he is a universe, a whole. And that he is a brilliant mathematician is so far from being the whole truth about him that it is not the whole truth about the brilliance of his mathematics, which is inseparable from the brilliance of his logic. If we knew the whole truth about Mr. Bertrand Russell, we should know why he is a brilliant mathematician and logician. We should even know why he is, at this unfortunate moment, a pacifist. What we do not know about all this brilliance is its inevitableness as a quality of Mr. Bertrand Russell. Mr. Russell would point out that our proposition can perfectly well stand alone, that it is wholly true and sufficiently significant in itself. And I do not see that the monist is pledged to deny this, even while maintaining that we are as far as ever from the ultimate truth, the ultimate reality of Mr. Russell. Mr. Bertrand Russell and his mathematics and the rest of it is an instance that serves the monist very well. For the personality of Mr. Russell is precisely that sort of spiritual whole he has in mind when he declares that the whole is present in its parts, and that the parts have no complete significance apart from the whole. Whether he has grounds for maintaining that the reality of the universe is of that nature remains to be seen. Meanwhile, when Mr. Joachim, the monist quoted by Mr. Russell, says, "The erring subject's confident belief in the truth of his knowledge distinctly characterizes error and converts a partial apprehension of the truth into falsity," he certainly lays himself open to the attack of Mr. Russell's brilliant logic. But he is deserting the game of Monism and stating a private theory of truth. All that his metaphysical theory commits him to is the statement that, if a man believes a partial truth to be a whole truth, he is in error. And he is in error precisely in Mr. Russell's sense. His error consists in a false judgment about reality. The confidence of his belief has nothing to do with it, except so far as it is calculated to keep him in its error. According to Mr. Bertrand Russell, the unfortunate monist has no means of distinguishing between truth and error. The two propositions "Bishop Stubbs was hanged for murder" and "Bishop Stubbs used to wear gaiters" are for him on the same level of truth and of reality. The monist who looks beyond the partial truth that Bishop Stubbs used to wear gaiters to that whole episcopal phenomenon of which gaiters are but a part, has no logical grounds for denying that Bishop Stubbs was hanged for murder. And yet the monist's grounds are the same as anybody else's grounds, and he has the same right to them. If he were defending Bishop Stubbs from a charge of murder, he would appeal not only to the integrity of the episcopal phenomenon, but to the whole of the evidence, the whole sequence and conglomeration of facts by which it is established beyond doubt that Bishop Stubbs did not, as a matter of fact, commit murder. That murder and Bishop Stubbs are in no possible way connected cannot be said with perfect truth, since Bishop Stubbs shares the common humanity of all the murderers that ever were. In their hypothetical ultimate reality as immaterial beings, there is no difference except a numerical difference between all those murderers and Bishop Stubbs. And in their hypothetical oneness in the Absolute, with which numerical identity has absolutely nothing to do, there would be absolutely no difference between them. All the same, as an apparition wearing gaiters in space and time, Bishop Stubbs could not and did not commit murder. So far Mr. Russell's arguments have been destructive only to a monism of logical abstractions, the quantitative finite whole which is the sum of its parts, the numerical one, the abstract absolute. They have no grip on the hypothesis of a real living whole, a real absolute, a real unity of finite and infinite, a real spirit immanent or transcendent. But Mr. Russell has another and more formidable argument. He deduces the whole doctrine of Monism from the axiom of internal relations. Every relation is grounded in the nature of the related terms. Mr. Russell says that Monism stands or falls by this axiom, and tries to show how impossible it is that it should be stood by. The discreet monist will therefore think twice before he gives his assent to it, for it is the weapon Mr. Russell is coming out to slay him with. Perhaps he will think of certain obvious relations between subject and object, cause and effect, the thing and its qualities; between premises and conclusion, subject and predicate, or between positions in space and sequences in time, and will say without a moment's hesitation, yes, of course the relation is grounded in the nature of its terms. For surely the terms of a relation imply each other. That the subject A perceives the object B implies that it is in the nature of A to perceive B, and of B to be perceived by A, even though nobody knows what that nature is, and though the relation remains forever mysterious. That A is the cause of B implies that it is the nature of A to cause B, and of B to be caused by A. It is the nature of such and such premises to lead to such and such conclusions, and of such and such conclusions to follow. If it were not the nature of A to have the quality B, it would not have B, and B must be such a quality that it can belong to A. The same will hold of subject and predicate in every statement made with regard to truth. If A is eternally to the left of B, and therefore B eternally to the right of A, there is something eternally in their natures which makes these positions eternally possible. They must, that is to say, be material objects occupying space, and conditioned so as to occupy it in that particular relation. Or, if these positions are only temporary, then there is something in their natures, a tendency to move or a tendency to perish, which makes these positions tenable only temporarily. In saying all this, the monist may think that he has stated both the correct and the common sense view of relations. Remember, he has not yet committed himself to any explanation of their mystery. And all the time he is playing disastrously into Mr. Russell's hands. First of all, it is assumed that he does not distinguish between the terms and the nature of the terms. In this case he is floored with the same arguments which were brought to bear against his theory of the whole and the parts. On that theory he cannot make a true statement about any relation between two terms without knowing all the relations in which each term stands to all other things, and without knowing all other things which enter into that relation. Say it is the relation of perceiving subject to object perceived, he cannot say with perfect truth that A perceives B without knowing how many other subjects B is perceived by, and then he hasn't got further than the two terms. There is still the relation of perceiving. He must therefore know all perceiving wherever perceiving occurs. He must therefore know all subjects perceiving and all objects perceived. I have taken a relation which by its very simplicity and comprehensiveness is most dangerously exposed to Mr. Russell's attack, but it is clear that his argument applies with equal ferocity to all the other instances that have been given. Again, if relations are grounded in the nature of their terms, there can be no diversity of things. Consider the relation of diversity. A is different from B, therefore B is different from A. Simple, unqualified difference cannot be predicated as a common adjective of both. They must be different in some way. Mr. Russell does not say so, but his argument requires us to consider that A and B differ in some way. They have, then, different predicates. In what way do the predicates differ? They have different predicates. In what way do these different predicates differ? They have different predicates. In what way... But, as it is clear that the process must stop somewhere, for even Mr. Russell's pluralistic universe would not provide the differences necessary to follow up the infinite regression, we are driven to the conclusion that A and B are not different from each other. Neither are C or D or E or F. In fact, there are no two things that are different from each other. It follows, he says, that there is no diversity, and that there is only one thing. Thus the axiom of internal relations is equivalent to the assumption of ontological monism, and to the denial that there are any relations. Wherever we seem to have a relation, this is really an adjective of the whole composed of terms of the supposed relations. In other words, things are predicates of one thing. It follows that the one final and complete truth, as he says, must consist of a proposition with one subject, namely the whole, and one predicate. But as this involves distinguishing subject and predicate as if they could be diverse, even this is not quite true. And this is assuming that the monist does not distinguish between his terms and their nature. If, with a misguided subtlety, he does distinguish them, then the same pitfall awaits him. For then, not only do we have the same trouble that we had just now with A and B, but the terms and their nature will enter the relation of diversity with all its consequences of infinite regression. If he sticks to it that the term and the nature are one term, then, as he says, every true proposition attributing a predicate to a subject is purely analytic, since the subject is its own whole nature and the predicate is part of that nature. In that case, what is the bond that unites predicate into predicates of one subject? Any casual collection of predicates might be supposed to compose the subject if subjects are not other than the system of their own predicates." Finally, Monism is challenged to account for, as Mr. Russell says, the apparent multiplicity of the real world. The difficulty is that identity and difference is impossible if we adhere to strict Monism. For identity and difference involves many partial truths, which combine by a kind of mutual give and take into one whole of truth. But the partial truths in a strict Monism are not merely not quite true, they do not subsist at all. If there were such propositions, whether true or false, that would be plurality." On the other hand, if we accept the realist proposal and give up the axiom of internal relations, if we give up Monism, Mr. Russell says, "Identity in difference disappears. There is identity and there is difference, and complexes have some elements identical and some different, but we are no longer obliged to say of any pair of objects that may be mentioned that they are both identical and different, in a sense, this sense being something which it is vitally necessary to leave undefined. We thus get a world of many things, with relations which are not to be deduced from a supposed nature or scholastic essence of related things. In this world, whatever is complex is composed of simple related things, and analysis is no longer confronted at every step by an endless regress." These passages, I think, show that Mr. Russell has not really grasped the monist's position. The endless regress is the very last thing that the monist desires to give up. His insistence on the endless regress is sufficient proof that he is no more out for a supposed nature, a scholastic essence, than the pluralist. The sense in which he declares two things to be both identical and different is something which it is vitally necessary to his theory to define. He has no earthly interest in shirking the definition. His sense is not the pluralist's sense, and they are therefore arguing at cross purposes. His multiplicity, his difference, refers, or should refer, always to appearances, to the manifestations of reality. For him, identity in difference does not mean that two manifestations are one manifestation, but that there is one reality in two, or, if you like, in an infinite number of manifestations. His Monism may be wrong or it may be right, but it is not self-contradictory. Challenged to account for the apparent multiplicity of the real world, his answer must be that it is apparent and not real, and that the world of appearances is not the real world. When he is told that partial truths in a strict Monism do not subsist at all, because, if there were such propositions whether true or false, that would give plurality, the retort is obvious. Precisely. It is incompleteness that gives plurality. Plurality is the expression of partial truth. As for the bond that unites predicates into predicates of one subject, he might ask in his turn how there can be such a bond without identity and difference. And, talking of casual collections, how does the pluralist propose to make his collections stick? We shall see later on that he cannot do it without recourse to the very principle he repudiates. Still, it cannot be denied that a great deal of this critique is formidable. It is the heavy artillery of a ferocious enemy out to slay. And I think it must be owned, in humility and contrition, that Idealism has brought it on itself by its increasing thinness, its more and more exclusive cultivation of epistemology. Hegel, as William James admitted, has thickness, as Fechner has thickness, but his followers have persisted in following the very path he warned them off, the narrow way of abstract intellectualism that leadeth to destruction in the barren Absolute. They have tried, as if their master, and Kant before him, had lived in vain, they have tried to build up a universe out of those very categories of the understanding which Hegel himself had told them were unfruitful. They have stopped at the third book of his Logic, where all the categories are rounded up in the Absolute Idea, and have not pursued the game of the triple dialectic any further. It does not seem to have occurred to them that in the Logic Hegel is only getting into his stride, and that if they are to play the game they must go on till nature and thought together are rounded up in the Absolute Spirit, which is God. An Absolute as thick, as concrete as the universe itself. Thought itself, which in Hegel's hands is alive and kicking, becomes sterile and motionless under their treatment. End of Chapter 6, Part 2, Section 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 6, Part 2, Section 2 of A Defense of Idealism by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 6, The New Realism, Part 2, Section 2. Now it may turn out that there is no such thing as spirit, or that if there is, it cannot play the all-embracing part assigned to it. But anyhow, Hegel's assumption of spirit made all the difference to the successful working of his dialectic. Whereas his followers distrust the dialectic, and their tendency has been to drop it, and to drop the assumption in the interests of what they believe to be a sounder logic. And it is at least a question whether their logic, though far simpler, is really sounder. Hegel's thought relations, by whatever unsafe a priori process he arrived at them, really did relate, because they are themselves related, because they are moments in the manifestation of spirit, links between its immanent and transcendent life. His followers have turned them into logical abstractions, and abstractions are hard, unyielding things, unsuited to the rhythmic and elastic play of spirit. And so, having stopped short where the Hegelian plot is thinnest, though Hegel's logic is still considerably thicker than, say, Mr. Bradley's, they fall an easy prey to any philosophy that takes account of such things as nature, and life, and will, and sense, and passion, and moral behavior. The organic whole is not a whole, and cannot by any manipulation of the terms be made to do duty for the whole. Their internal relations are so far from being internal that at the first touch of analysis they seem to fall away from the things they are supposed to constitute, or at any rate to hold together. Their unity is not a real unity, for the simple reason that the supreme and ultimate form of it, their Absolute, is not a real Absolute. As abstractions, thought relations are specially vulnerable to analytic logic, which can be trusted to produce off its own bat as many more as may be wanted, and to deal with them after their kind. When the monist asserts that all relations are grounded in the nature of their terms, he starts with a rash generalization; and when he stakes all his hopes of his Absolute on the dilemma of the infinite regress which ensues, his Absolute is in a perilous state. The position is attackable from above and from below. You have only got to show him one relation, equally abstract, which is not grounded in the nature of its terms, and you have mined the very foundations of his dilemma. Or, if he takes his stand on a relation that is so grounded, then, with the first step of his regress, he is again in the thin air of abstraction; and the superstructure of his dilemma is exposed to any opponent who presses on his attention some irreducibly uncontradictious definition of the terms. Thus the ingenious analyst has him either way; for it is clear that, if the relation is grounded in the terms, and the terms are irreducible, the relation itself is irreducible; while, if the relation is not grounded in its terms, it is irreducible to begin with. And this irreducibility of the whole complex holds up his regress at the start. Yet, so far is Monism from being vanquished that this game of abstractions has one great and glorious advantage for the monist: two can play at it. And, as we shall see, it is a game at which ultimately the realist stands to lose. That both sides are dealing in abstractions is evident from the realist theory of the monist theory of relation. Philosophers, Mr. Bertrand Russell says, and by philosophers I think he means monists, seem really to assume, though not so far as I know, explicitly, that relations never have more than two terms, and even such relations they reduce by force or guile to predication. Mathematicians, on the other hand, almost invariably speak of relations of many terms.
And Mr. Russell both assumes, quite explicitly, and argues, that a relation of many terms is incompatible with any monistic theory of relation. You would have thought that, the wider and more complex the ramification of any one relation, and the more terms you could rope into it, the more unity would triumph. But no, you have only to abstract your mind from the relation and fasten it on the terms to see at once that it is Pluralism that scores. And so it does, if you have given in to the proposition that a relation can exist apart from and independently of its terms. And when the realist has shown that this separateness and independence is found in the most intimate and sacred of all relations, the relation of subject and predicate, the conclusion is apparently forced on you that the game of monistic idealism is up. Idealism, seeking unity before all things, is supposed to have assumed faithfulness in the union of subject and predicate. Realism, on the lookout for plurality, finds, on the contrary, that subjects are polygamous and have many predicates, while there never was a predicate yet that could remain faithful to one subject for very long. The rose is red, but so is the dawn, and so is Bardolph's nose. And, unless you adopt the realistic theory of universals, you are in danger of arguing that the nose and the rose are not red, because redness is not a rose nor a nose. In short, the relations of most subjects and most predicates are temporary and fortuitous, and their behaviour, from the point of view of Monism and monogamy, an open scandal. Therefore, the pluralist argues, you had much better agree with him that relations are irreducible and independent entities, and that so are their terms. But there is no reason why Monism should be assumed as banking on the permanence of these unions, except on the further assumption that it stands or falls by the theory of internal relations. If the relation of subject and predicate is grounded in their nature, clearly the relation must be permanent. Subjects and predicates must not chop and change. Now, though the statements of certain monists may have given some grounds for the assumption, it is not justified by Monism itself. Monism does not stand or fall by the doctrine of internal relations. It stands or falls by the dilemma. That is to say, it stands or falls by the dilemma involved in the opposite theory, the realistic theory of external relations; or rather, by the dilemma inherent in the very idea of the thing and its relations. No predicament, short of the double dilemma, will really serve. Given the double dilemma, you are confronted with the plain illusion of all relative existence. In Chapter 2, page 21 of Mr. Bradley's Appearance and Reality, you will find Mr. Russell's argument against the doctrine of internal relations turned in precisely the same way, with precisely the same plausibility against the doctrine of external relations. Thus, even at this apparently profitless game of abstractions, the monist scores, seeing that the double dilemma, so advantageous to him, is disastrous to his opponent. For Realism stands or falls by its freedom from dilemmas and from contradictions. So what are we to say when on one page of the Principia Mathematica we read, "The whole doctrine of subject and predicate is radically false and must be abandoned," and on another page, in that chapter 4 to which the context refers us for the definition of thing, "Every term," which is here equivalent to every thing, "to begin with, is a logical subject. Again, every term is immutable and indestructible. What a term is, it is, and no change can be conceived in it which would not destroy its identity and make it another term." So that, as some terms, on Mr. Russell's admission, are also predicates, every term must be what it isn't, contrary to the definition. If a monist had made a statement like that, he would never have heard the last of it. And there is no reason why he should not have made it, since the contradiction involved would help him rather than not. But it is very far from helping Mr. Russell. And if we go on we shall find him involved in contradictions that would make the fortune of a monist. Thus, he says, we shall say that Socrates is human is a proposition having only one term. Of the remaining components of the proposition, one is a verb, the other is a predicate. It is implied, then, that a predicate is not a term. Yet in the preceding paragraph terms are divided into things and concepts into adjectives or predicates, and relations or verbs. There may be terms that are not predicates, but how on earth can there be any predicate that is not a term? Predicates, then, he says, are concepts other than verbs, which occur in propositions having only one term or subject." For if two terms were allowed in subject-predicate propositions, there would be unity in difference. Therefore, contrary to the definition, it is not to be. Again, he says, when a man occurs in a proposition, for example, "I met a man in the street," the proposition is not about the concept "a man," but about something quite different, some actual biped denoted by the concept. Thus concepts of this kind have meaning in a non-psychological sense. And in this sense, when we say "this is a man," we are making a proposition in which a concept is in some sense attached to what is not a concept. We are, that is to say, involved in what, on a theory of immutable and indestructible terms, is a contradiction, but is not a contradiction on any other theory. But after all, the analyst has some uneasiness about this most crucial question of the subject-predicate relation. If we were right, he says, in holding that Socrates is human is a proposition having only one term, the is in this proposition cannot express a relation in the ordinary sense. In fact, subject-predicate propositions are distinguished by just this non-relational character." You see the realist's implacable hostility to the subject-predicate relation, just because in it there lurks a secret danger to his pluralism. Still, Mr. Russell is a most honest and honourable logician, and he owns very handsomely that, nevertheless, a relation between Socrates and humanity is certainly implied, and it is very difficult to conceive the proposition as expressing no relation at all. We may perhaps say that it is a relation, although it is distinguished from other relations in that it does not permit itself to be regarded as an assertion concerning either of its terms indifferently, but only as an assertion concerning the referent." That is to say, humanity is not exemplified in Socrates, otherwise it would be implicated as a term. But it is so hard to know, says Mr. Russell, what is known by relation, that the whole question is in danger of becoming purely verbal." Hard indeed if you are a pluralistic realist bent on eliminating unity at all costs. One more admission of the analyst apropos, this time, of organic unities, the existence of which he strenuously denies. "It is said, says Mr. Russell, that analysis is falsification, that the complex is not equivalent to the sum of its constituents, and is changed when it is analyzed into these. In this doctrine there is a measure of truth when what is to be analyzed is a unity. A proposition has a certain indefinable unity, in virtue of which it is an assertion; and this is so completely lost by analysis that no enunciation of constituents will restore it, even though itself be mentioned as a constituent. There is, it must be confessed, a grave logical difficulty in this fact, for it is difficult not to believe that a whole must be constituted by its constituents." He comforts himself with the reflection that, "For us, however, it is sufficient to observe that all unities are propositions or propositional functions, and that, consequently, nothing that exists is a unity." It is, the monist may observe, not sufficient for him; and he would point out that the consequence is not so rigorous as Mr. Russell seems to think. Also, I think he would suggest that the whole question of how knowledge is possible hangs on this admitted unity of the proposition and propositional function. How does the amazing multiplicity of the real outside universe get itself expressed in propositions or in propositional functions if, in that universe, there is no unity to correspond? If the pluralist is allowed to assume that every logical atom discoverable by his atomistic logic tallies with or constitutes an atom there, why may not the monist just as well assume his logical unity to be there also? And to the whole atomistic critique he may reply: All this is mere analysis, and you yourself admit that analysis of a whole is in some measure falsification. Is it likely, then, that, after the damage you have inflicted on my universe, I shall not hold you tight to that admission and to all that it implies?
If the parts of the whole are really its parts, if they are, as you admit, presupposed in it, in a sense in which it is not presupposed in them (for I grant you that in a sense the whole is a new thing, though not that it is ever a new single term, except provisionally), as part or as one of many aggregates in a larger whole, then the relation of the whole to its parts will still be more intimate, more vital than anything that analysis can show; and it is precisely this intimacy and vitality that analysis destroys. And surely it is this intimacy and vitality that logic itself discerns and acknowledges when it is driven to the conclusion that, in the last analysis, the analysis of collections, when the whole is only completely specified by its parts, the relation is peculiar and undefinable. So peculiar and undefinable that, when the precious collection consists of but a single term, we are still compelled to think of that term as contained in a whole. Does it not look as if the whole were as necessary to the part as the parts are to the whole? As for your arguments drawn from multiple relations, from propositions containing many more terms than two, and from many subjects with one predicate, and many predicates with one subject, I do not see that they necessarily make more for your ultimate pluralism than for my ultimate monism. I am not obliged to look for my unity anywhere short of the Absolute. Therefore it really does not matter to me how many terms a proposition contains, nor how you distribute and arrange the relations of subject and predicate. Analytic logic, then, has not entirely smashed up even his system of abstract thought relations. But supposing that it had, the monist's only legitimate concern is not abstract relativity, but concrete relatedness, the bare fact that the universe is contextual, that all things in it, that is to say, all things within the range of immediate perception and of logical induction and deduction, are in some way connected, interdependent and related. His claim that each is related to the Absolute in one way, the way of the appearance to the reality, is a just claim. The further claim that they should all be related to each other in one way is the suicidal mania of Monism. It is to ignore their place in the relation. It is to tear them from the context in which they appear and are known, in which we are obliged to perceive them and to think them. It is to isolate them and thus turn them into abstractions, which at once become the prey of analytic logic. For every abstraction set up within the sphere of the related is a little tin pot absolute. The monist is even worse off with his claim that every lesser whole should have the clear, illuminating, penetrating, truthful quality of the whole. For this is to create a series of little tin can wholes, which are none the less isolated and none the less abstract for being set up inside the relation. Nevertheless, since two can play at this game, it is with a plurality of such little tin pot absolutes and such little tin can wholes that the New Realism builds up its universe. Or, to be strictly correct, it is such a universe of little tin can wholes and little tin pot absolutes that it claims to have discovered. Now, there is no reason why the monist, when he is not a subjective idealist, should not take a hand in this game of discovery too. There is, in fact, every reason why he should claim to have discovered, for his part, a universe where nothing is isolated, nothing is absolute, and where nothing is contingent and conditional that is not related in some way to something other than itself. He would do well to accept and acknowledge the frank plurality of such a universe, instead of patching up little unities and wholenesses inside it, where unity and wholeness are not, and creating little infinite regressions and supererogatory dilemmas for himself as he goes along. Then, in the face of the infinite regression, the endless chain of contingencies that he finds and does not create, he has every reason to plead that in such a universe there is no moment of self-subsistence, that it escapes from moment to moment the diamond net of thought, that terms should be every bit as dependent on relations as relations are on terms, and that this relativity is proved rather than disproved by the pluralist's ability to play ducks and drakes with subjects and predicates. He will maintain that this is a purely spectacular universe, in the sense that it has every appearance of being an appearance rather than a spontaneous and automatic reality; that, in short, its relativity cries aloud for the Absolute and its multiplicity for unity. He will define his rich and concrete Absolute as that which is not related to anything other than itself. Such an Absolute can only not enter into relations because it is all relations and all terms, and is more than the sum of all terms and all relations. Only such a whole is absolute, and only such an absolute is the whole. Thought is perhaps the thinnest and the poorest predicate of this Ding an sich. It is quite clear that such an Absolute escapes the net of thought by so much as it is more than thought. Realists will, of course, deride the suggestion that it escapes the net of analytic logic by so much. For in one sense it does not escape. Logic can dislocate and lay out in fragments the whole world of its appearances. And I confess I do not see how the monist is to stick it together again with thought relations, or to round it up into one whole of thought. He cannot conjure the universe out of such feeble propositions as that thought is unity and unity is thought, or that Absolute Spirit is thought because thought thinks it. For on the same showing a pluralistic universe would be a universe of thought. The monist's only chance is to abandon his epistemology, even if the alternative has to bear the dreadful and dishonoured name of spiritualism. End of chapter 6, part 2, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 6, part 3, section 1, of A Defense of Idealism by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 6, The New Realism, part 3, section 1. But even with the complete abandonment of epistemology, the monist's position is untenable if the New Realism can make good its claim at all the other points along its admirably defended line. If, that is to say, it can prove its own hypothesis of the independent, self-subsistent reality of the world as external to any and every form of consciousness. For that hypothesis, if made good, rules out his, as, to say the least of it, superfluous. Why look behind the veil of appearances for ultimate reality when there isn't any veil? When realities as ultimate as you are ever likely to get are spread out under your nose, and absolute being is planted out all round you in embarrassing quantities? But are the foundations of atomistic realism, after all, so very sure? It is just possible it may prove, after all, more vulnerable than it looks. For, to begin with, it gains an immense advantage from the fact that, in spite of the influence of Mr. Bertrand Russell, it is not a one-man philosophy, as Hegelianism and Kantianism were one-man philosophies. It is difficult to bring criticism to bear on a theory that is not yet built up into a system. You know where you are in the Critique of Pure Reason by merely looking at the headings of the parts and sections. You can find your way from Kant's basement through all his floors to his transcendental attic by a process as simple as going upstairs. But the new realists, though no doubt they all have the same architectural plan in their heads, are not yet housed under one roof. The American Symposium of Six suggests a colony of Young Men's Christian Association huts rather than a solidly built and many-storied house of thought. The stain is not yet dry on their walls, and the corrugated iron is very new. So far, not even the mathematical philosophy of Mr. Bertrand Russell is completely systematized. The timid monist, wandering among their scattered habitations, never knows what disaster may lurk for him behind some door or window. The critic of the New Realism has to arrange it according to his own plan, and it is open to any new realist to complain that his arrangement is wrong. But at any rate it falls into two main divisions: its critique and its construction. It must be owned that its critique has accomplished something, if not quite all that it set out to do. It has completely shattered subjective idealism or solipsism. Not a very difficult or a much needed enterprise, and its particular success would be hardly worth mentioning but for our new realist's very evident and very naif belief
that certain arguments fatal to subjective idealism are equally destructive to idealisms that are not subjective. It has destroyed a great deal of the abstract epistemology that superseded Hegelianism, and it is hardly likely that there will ever be any return of idealism in precisely that form. It may even be conceded that in all probability there will be no return of idealism at all for another generation, unless the excesses of the realists produce a violent reaction. It has, in short, swept away so much old rubbish that any future idealism must reap the benefit of the space cleared for it. Its constructive half lends itself to 5 subdivisions: the organon, or atomistic logic; the mathematical foundations; the theory of space and time, matter and motion; the theory of universals; the theory of sense perception. For reasons which will appear, I shall consider these in their reverse order. I do not think this is taking an unfair advantage of a philosophy which has not yet got itself systematized, since the new realists have declared their position to be impregnable at all points. In justice to them, however, it should be remembered that their theory of sense perception rests on the mathematical foundations which, again, rest on their atomistic logic. Hence the impregnability. It must be borne in mind that atomistic logic, the bedrock of the entire philosophy, is purely formal. Now, since the mathematical foundations are pure, and sense perception admittedly is not, is it impertinent to ask how the one can be based upon the other? Mind is not more different from matter than mathematical points are from a point perceived in an extended surface, let alone that they are not and cannot be perceived at all. Neither are they the causes of sense perception. If anything is a cause in the external world, it is the behaviour of the ultimate constituents of matter in public space. And it is difficult to see how mathematical space, in its purity and absoluteness, can be in any sense a condition of the behaviour of matter. Further, on the theory, there has to be, in any case, an adjustment of private spaces to public space. Surely this is a pretty active and constructive work on the part of a perceiver who, on the theory, is supposed to be a passive spectator of ready-made realities outside himself. Again, if all atomistic realities, even when they are relations, are such very absolute and, ontologically speaking, self-repellent entities, it is difficult to conceive how they come together in one undivided act of perception. The realist will, no doubt, say that they come together because they are together, and that they are never in perception at all. So let us put the problem in another form. How are they, in their absoluteness and plurality, related to that single and undivided act? When, on the theory, the relation of these relations is itself an outside entity. In vain the realist decentralizes the entire performance. He has got his problem at the periphery instead of at the centre, that is all. We know that his is not naif realism like the realism of the bonhomme Reid. It is indeed realism of the most highly sophisticated sort. But all its sophistications do not disguise the essential naivete and difficulty of its problem. Things aren't as easy as all that. The new realism leaves that problem precisely where the old realism left it for idealism to solve as best it can. Let it not be supposed that my monist is a naif idealist. He does distinguish between subjective hallucinations and objective phenomena; or, if the realist likes, between subjective and objective realities. But this distinction is, for the moment, beside the point. We are dealing now with objective realities, to give them their courtesy title, with independent outside things, with the carpet which exists in the room, and the room which exists in space, whether I, or my neighbour for that matter, are or are not in the room beholding these existences. The new realist is mistaken if he imagines that any idealist who is not also a solipsist supposes for one moment that these appearances cease by his absence and are revived again by his presence. What he does suppose is that, if all sense perceptions changed or ceased, all sensible qualities would change or cease also, and that if his ultimate and absolute reality
which he calls Absolute Consciousness, or Thought, or Spirit, were to cease, the whole universe of its appearances would cease with it. But as on his theory he cannot conceive of it as ceasing, the question has no more significance for him than for the realist. That is to say, on his theory the universe will not and cannot abate one pulse of the energies, one atom or one shade of the qualities that for the realist constitute its claim to be considered real, until it or any one of its essential constituents are annihilated. Idealism does no violence to the dignity and decency of science, or to the plain man's sense of reality. It leaves all these matters precisely where they were. But what does Realism do? It divides what for science and the plain man's sense were never yet divided. It joins what for them were never yet joined. It talks about irreducibles and undefinables where science and the plain man see palpable unities and relations. It gives to the abstractions of its own logic a reality as august and far more permanent than the solar system. It perpetuates the old fallacy of arguing that what is outside a human body is outside all consciousness, and that what is inside human consciousness is therefore inside the human brain. It swears by psychophysical parallelism, yet it regards consciousness as a mysterious and unnecessary spectator of external events, a spectator who only departs from the purely passive rôle to manufacture tertiary psychic qualities which have no physical parallel. Still, let us suppose that it gets its backing from the higher mathematics, and that it is irrefutably true. Philosophy is then in an even worse position than it was before Kant. Faced with a universe of realities of which an infinite number are harder and more irreducible than brickbats, utterly different from and independent of consciousness, a universe which has contrived to exist by itself for infinite ages without being known, and superlatively indifferent as to whether it ever is known or not, which at some moment of finite time is suddenly confronted with an infinite crowd of finite knowers, utterly unnecessary to its existence, utterly mysterious in their origin, yet demanding an origin by reason of their finiteness. The fact of knowledge becomes once more the intractable problem of philosophy, with no hope of tackling it, as Kant tried to tackle it, at the knowing end. It is as if Kant had been shut up with Wolf in Wolf's library, and had gone to sleep there with nobody to wake him from his dogmatic slumber. When the new realist in his realism says that Kant's slumbers, if everlastingly prolonged, would have been no misfortune for the human race, since Idealism has had no effect on physical or mental science, he is confusing physical and mental science with philosophy. It may be doubted whether the realism of the 20th century is going to have any effect on physical and mental science either, seeing that these have hitherto managed to get on very well without it, whereas realism owes much of its alleged security to the support it professes to receive from physics and applied mathematics. But, before considering its security, we must look closer at its treatment of the problem of immediate perception. It is no longer Berkeley's question of how realities, hard as brickbats, contrive to penetrate from an outside world into an inside consciousness which is tenuous and tender, since on the theory they do not penetrate into consciousness at all. Nor is it Kant's question of how synthetic judgments are a priori possible, since it is not for judgment to make any synthesis at all, but only to look on and constater. So far as there is any synthesis at all, the synthesis is performed with efficiency by realities themselves. Now, unless we remember that this theory has a high mathematical backing, this part of it looks almost too simple and easy to be true. And we must admit that there is something fascinating and even plausible in its simplicity and easiness. It also looks, stated thus without reference to the higher mathematics, as if it were a question-begging theory. Still, it would be unfair to press that point, as idealists may claim an equal right to isolate a theory for observation. But the realist is dodging the issue when he argues that the existence of hallucinations, of red carpets in consciousness that are not in the room, is no objection to his theory.
It is an objection, as we shall see, and a fairly formidable objection, but it is not the crucial one. Hallucinations on any theory may be supposed to arise from a flaw or a kink in the apparatus of perception, from something, that is to say, abnormal. But the true crux in the normal and permanent memory image, the faithful reproduction of the spectacle that arises as the spectator's subjective response to the stimulus of those nerve and brain cells that were associated so mysteriously with his uninterrupted view of the original performance. The realist cannot say that this repetition of the spectacle is taking place in public space, nor in that private space which is adjustable to public space. Red carpets are in his consciousness now, at any rate. That is to say, they are subjective in the sense that his memories are not my memories or anybody else's memories. But, though subjective, they are spatial, they are extended, and they are red. To be spatial, then, to be extended, to be red, are not hallmarks attaching to things that exist only outside consciousness. They are, after all, properties also of things that arise in consciousness. I think the new realist can hardly argue that memories arise anywhere else. But if he does, he will get an infinite regressus of outside simulacra, and no genuine memory at all. Genuine memory should, one would imagine, be saturated with subjectivity; and in the experience of most of us genuine memory is. I do not ask him how he distinguishes between the memory of the spectacle and the spectacle itself. He distinguishes precisely as the idealist distinguishes, by the difference of the complexes in which each occur. For one thing, he distinguishes by the very saturation which he ignores as being of the essence of memory. But I do ask him how he reconciles the fact of their common share in all so called primary and secondary qualities with his theory that these qualities only exist independently of consciousness and outside it. This objection cannot be met by simply saying that the original sense data, their images in memory, and what he may call dream spectacles and hallucinations, are all equally realities, but of different orders. It is their likeness and not their unlikeness that is the problem. Hallucinations are important. In psychology, over and over again, abnormal occurrences have been our guides to the laws and the significance of normal behavior. Hallucinations, the new realist says, can be referred entirely to some kink or flaw in the apparatus of perception. The apparatus of perception can then produce of its own initiative a very tolerable imitation of reality, a power which it really ought not to have if the realist's account of perception is the true one. Still, dream consciousness can do as much or more; and in neither case is perception of a real outside object involved. But take hallucinations of the lesser sort, the temporary distortions and duplications of perception which we are all familiar with. Perception, mind you, of a real outside object. These also are due to some kink or maladjustment of the apparatus, easily corrected, the new realist says, by readjustment or by reference to the real object. The error is in the false judgment of the perceiver. No doubt; but the possibility of correction is really not the point. The point is that the apparatus is important. We have here not the simple affair of spectator and spectacle that realism supposes. There is a go-between, a medium; and the medium can distort, it can duplicate. We would not be aware that there was a medium if it were not for its occasional aberrations. And its abnormal behaviour is the clue to its normal functions. The medium, then, distorts or duplicates what? The realist says, not the real object. An image of the object? Realism has no use for images in immediate perception; it has ruled them sternly out. The appearance of the object, then. Realism says that in perception the appearance is the reality. Agreed that it is the apparatus, the medium itself, that is duplicated or distorted, and we are where we were before. Perception is still as much the thrall of its apparatus as of its object. If its duplicate (for the experiments or accidents which yield duplicates amount to its duplication, and I am giving realism the benefit of any doubt there may be on this point), if the duplication of the medium can make one perceiver perceive two objects,
And if its distortion can make him perceive the real object as if it were distorted, if its correct adjustment is essential to his correct perception of the object, it is clear that his perception of objects, correct or incorrect, is not precisely what you might call immediate. How can he then be sure, as cocksure as the realist is, that he is perceiving a reality and not an appearance? And when we consider the pure sense data, those secondary qualities which Realism declares to be, not warm, intimate sensations, but objects of sensation, planted out, and no more at home in consciousness than the North Pole is, the old problems turn up again as persistently as if the new Realism had never arisen to solve them. For if, disregarding the apparatus of perception, we take the new realism's primary, secondary, and tertiary qualities as simply as it would have us take them, we shall not find the tertiary qualities, which it admits to be subjective, divided off from the secondary or objective ones, as sharply as we should expect on a theory which distinguishes between realities dependent on consciousness and realities not so dependent. On the contrary, starting with the tertiary qualities and working outwards from the subjective centre, we pass through a reaction zone of tertiary qualities merging into secondary, in a gradation of shades so subtle as to defy the arbitrary division that Realism has set up. The aesthetic feelings, wonder, admiration and awe, the passions and emotions, love, desire, fear, pleasure and displeasure, and disgust, are not qualities that Realism would dream of planting out in the objects that excite them. And it requires some stretch of imagination on Idealism's part to realize sound and colour, hardness and heaviness, as sense data rather than as sensations. And it requires a bigger stretch still to plant out tastes and odours in the particles of matter that excite them. But what about heat and cold? Supposing the idealist agrees that it is the fire that is hot and the air that is cold, and not the idealist. Then, when by imperceptible gradations the fire grows hotter and hotter and the air colder and colder, and pain is his reaction to the higher intensities of the same stimulus, is he to plant out the pain into the fire and the air? I suppose the realist will say he need plant it out no farther than his own body. But even that is too far for the intimately subjective thing that pain seems to be. Besides, you have now left it unsettled whether the heat is in the fire or in his body. If the new realist says that obviously it is in both, then how about the pain? How are you to distinguish as secondary and tertiary between the heat that is outside consciousness and independent of it, and the pain which is in consciousness, which without consciousness would not and could not be? And you can take all the secondary qualities and increase their intensity with the same result. Intense light and sound, taste and odour, will bring about violent reactions, your objective secondary sensations merging into subjective tertiary agony. What is more, your sensation of primary qualities will behave in the same way. Increase the heaviness of your suitcase, or the impetus of your contact with the table, and heaviness and hardness will pass into sensations that are not sense data at all, as the realist defines them. The problem is not affected by the consideration that in all these instances, notably in that of the suitcase and colliding table, your body is the medium of the reaction. Realism cannot get over the damning fact that somehow, at some point, the transition from primary or secondary to tertiary, from outside consciousness to inside consciousness, has been made. Realism allows for the transition from secondary to primary qualities by its theory that extension is coloured and can be perceived as a sense datum. What it refuses to admit, and cannot account for on any theory, either of psychophysical parallelism or of reality independent of consciousness, is that all these unbroken transitions, taken together, constitute a very considerable whole for consciousness, while the performance is fairly explicable if we suppose that consciousness takes over the whole show. End of chapter 6, part 3, section 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.